Peace everyone, Unmask Art here, and welcome to the first official Drawing Journal Live. Alright everyone, so I hope you're as excited as I am. I have I don't even know. I'm so excited. I have the live chat open so you can talk to me and ask me questions. I'm going to be working on the drawing that I've been working on for the past couple weeks, which is just this figure sitting on top of a stool or on top of a pillar thing. Hello, Alex. Thanks for joining the live chat and saying hi. Anyways, so before I get started with drawing and all that fun stuff, let's talk about the Kickstarter. So I have plenty of people to thank for backing the project that helped me set up my live studio. And I'm just going to kind of go down the list and then talk a little bit about everything else. So the first person I want to thank is the very first person that didn't hesitate to help back this project. That's Jeff Lafferty. I've been watching Jeff Lafferty's videos for a couple years now, and actually the first videos that I came across was his live streams. He did the Artcasters Live, which was like a Monday through Friday show, which was totally awesome. I drew while watching the show, and that's how I came across his channel. So he has a channel here on YouTube that you can find under Jeff Lafferty. I've mentioned him in plenty of videos before. But the next person is Cassandra. I want to say thank you to her for, I know she watches my videos. I've seen her comments and everything like that, so thank you. The next person I have to give a huge thank you to because her donation was almost the entire project, and that's Ruth. I'm 80% certain that I know your YouTube name as well when you comment on my videos, but I was so shocked the first day she donated almost 2/3 of what I needed to start this project or to launch this project. She didn't even select a reward, so I don't have any way to get a reward to you because I can't get your address. So if you do see this and you do want some prints or anything, feel free to email me at theartist@unmaskart.com. I'd be more than happy to send you whatever print that you would like, or better yet, if you'd like to have a subscriber portrait drawn of yourself or maybe a loved one or something like that, or a pet portrait, you can contact me and I'll set that up. I can do a portrait. I'll do a subscriber portrait like I've done for other subscribers, and then also I will send you the image, the final piece, because that's about the price that I charge for my subscriber portraits. So it's the least that I could do. The next person is Aaron. Thank you for donating, helping this project. The next person, Alexandra. Kent, I know you're a Patreon supporter, and so I'm very grateful for both your Patreon support and your support for this project. It means a ton to me. Cynthia, I know that you watch my videos. Cynthia, I actually worked with in a studio back when I was in college, and she's a super lovely lady and very supportive, and I'm super grateful for your support on this project. Very, very generous of you. If you didn't select a reward, you can, you let me know on Facebook, and I'd be happy to send you a print of whatever you'd like to see. Monica Jackson, I know that you've been on my channel for a long time. You've been a long-time Patreon supporter, so I'm very grateful for you backing this project. I look forward to sending prints to you that you selected. Sarah, thank you very much for your pledge. John, thank you. My brother Ryan, very grateful. He's been very supportive. He just pledged on Patreon as well, so I'm very grateful for that. Nancy and Chelsea, Andrew, Tim, Megan. Thank you so much. I'm honestly the support that I got for this project was almost too overwhelming. I have so much gratitude that I don't have the capacity to express it adequately. My two amazing sisters, Lisa and Cece, thank you so much for your support. You've been like my biggest fans since the very beginning. You're my best friends and my sisters, and I just love you to death. And congratulations again, Lisa. Oh, and congratulations, Ryan, as well. Both my brother and my sister are getting prepared to have another child. My sister Lisa is having her third, and my brother Ryan is having his first. So I'm very excited for that. And it's all happening in 2017. All kinds of fun things already happening this year. Eva, thank you for backing. I will have the classic portrait sent to you also. So I'm grateful that you emailed me, and I was able to set up a way for you to get that print. I know that you really like that drawing. Joanna, you are the last supporter. Number 20? Number 20. The last person to back the project before it went down. Sorry, my camera kind of shuts off after about a half hour, so there will be a small delay thingy there. Let's see who's in the live stream chat right now. I was saying all the names and I was reading them off a list. I didn't have the chat open. Coffee Cat, congrats on the live stream. Thank you very much. Stephanie, hello. So where is everyone watching so far from? So Stephanie, you're in Virginia. It's pretty early in the States. I know that being in Poland, it kind of it kind of makes it hard for all of my US viewers, but I'm going to be doing this live stream every Monday pretty much for as long as I possibly can. So I'm going to start drawing now so you don't get too bored. But the plan for the live stream is pretty much going to be for as long as I can sit here and draw. And what I've kind of have scheduled for today is basically from 9 until 2. So a good 5 hours of streaming and drawing. As long as I don't finish this drawing, I mean, I don't have anything really planned to draw after this. So yeah, if you can in the chats, let me know how the audio is. I've been kind of toying around with the settings and making sure that everything is working well. I want to make sure that the live stream is working okay. Right now, I'm about 80% set up, so I have a few things coming in the mail that I'm waiting on. And basically what that is the rest of my camera setup. And right now I kind of have my camera on a tripod and it's shooting at a somewhat of a strange angle, and I want it to shoot straight down. So I'm waiting on my Manfrotto Magic Arm to come in so that I can set the camera up straight over the table and straight down. It will make it look a bit nicer. It will look similar to my pre-recorded drawing journals that I've been doing for the past few years now. But either way, I've been like all smiles for the past few days, just getting prepared. I did like 4 or 5 test streams just to make sure that everything's working, and everything looked as good as I could get it to work. Right now I'm streaming at oh, thank you, Coffee Cat, for letting me know that the audio is good and the setup is solid. That makes me happy to hear. I forgot what I was talking about, but Yes, so I like Friday, Thursday, Friday last week, or this past week, I was kind of toying around with the settings and the audio settings, and like I said, I'm right now I'm uploading at 720p, and I have the capability to upload at 1080. So I might try that next week and see how that stream works. I have pretty much the fastest upload speed that you can get. So everything should work fine for that upload, for that live stream. But for 720p, it uses, it uses somewhere around 25 CPU of my computer. And for 1080p, I noticed it was around 30, 33. So I don't want to try to push it too far just in case, something happens or something goes wrong. I want to keep it as smooth as I can. But yeah, that's good that everything seems to be working well. I'm yeah, I let's see. Is there, if you have any questions, any art questions or anything, I'm happy to answer them. I felt like, just like pretty much any drawing journal that I've done in the past, I have a ton to say, but as soon as I start recording, I always forget it, and I end up just like rambling on for 20 minutes to a half hour. And so one of the things that I know for sure I'm going to have to upgrade is eventually I'm going to have to upgrade from my camera. Right now I'm using my Canon 70D, which is a fantastic camera for filming, but not for doing live streams. I'm going to have to eventually invest in a regular camcorder because Canon doesn't like to leave the sensor open for more than a half hour, so it automatically closes. So every half hour you'll notice I'll have to reach up and I'll have to open the sensor again. It's a bit annoying, and you'll see a little message on the screen saying like push the start button or whatever. But it will be eventually fixed once I replace it with a real camcorder. But for now, I have my Canon. Hello, Mara. I'm quite familiar with you from Canada. It's about 1 a.m. there. Oh, okay. That's so you must be up more west coast, west side of Canada. I'm guessing. I'm not familiar with Alberta. Uh, I'm glad a few of you have mentioned that the audio is good. That's one of the things that I was like really nervous about because I have my microphone sitting kind of far away, but I did some kind of pre-audio mastering to boost the audio and kind of block out some of the background noise because pretty much every day around noon to 1, a baby wakes up. Like it's like clockwork, and it just wakes up and screams. So I usually when I do the drawing journals, I usually record them pretty much as early as I can because I only record for 20 to 30 minutes, and so I always record before the baby wakes up, and then also sometimes you might hear the elevator. Uh, do I should Mara, you said that I look tiny. Should I make myself a bit larger? I didn't want to take up too much of the screen for myself, but here I'll make myself a bit larger, and you can tell me if that's better. Punya, hello from Italy. That's cool. Mythic Crusher, hello. Okay, I'm glad a few of you are saying that the audio is good. That's awesome. That makes me happy. So I made myself a bit larger, so let me know. I don't want to take up, like I said, I don't want to take up too much of the screen space with just me floating around. I want the artwork to kind of be the center of attention. So let me know if there's any way that you think that I can improve. You know, um, just feel free to let me know. I'm happy to adjust and try to make the necessary changes. So now that you're getting to see me draw in real time, you can see how insanely slow I really am. I mean, some of the tutorials that I do, I can get done in a half hour or whatever. But when I draw to relax like these in my little sketchbook here, I usually just slowly take my time and kind of work through the details. But I've really enjoyed doing figure studies in this sketchbook because I just think they look so wonderful um, on this paper. This is the Strathmore toned tan paper if you're interested. So Mythic Crusher asks, have I got any tips on making drawings more realistic looking? Okay, so there's three key components. One moment. You are right above your left hand, so that's a good position. Okay, three major components on making artwork look realistic. The first is colors. If you don't have the right colors, then it's going to look artificial. The second is contrast, and that plays a lot in colors because colors themselves create their own value. So immediately from colors follows contrast and value. The third and final thing is detail. Um, and what falls under the umbrella of detail is texture and like gradients and lack of texture. For instance, backgrounds lack texture. They're usually the softer, blurry look. And you have to be able to create the soft, blurry look just as much as you can create the intricate, detailed part. And so mastering those three aspects of art is what's going to help bring your artwork to life. And if you're working in graphite, or in my case right now, I'm just working with tones. So what's the most important aspect when working with just tones or monochromatic is the texture and the value. And I would say that value is even supersedes texture. So those are the things that you have to work on in order to get your work to look more realistic. And yeah, and the medium that you're working with, there's certain mediums that are a bit more forgiving and a bit easier to begin with. I would say that if you're looking for realism, you might want to work on your drawing skills on the baseline. So just work with graphite for a bit, and work on getting textures and values and recognizing texture and value in order to start creating more realistic looking work. And then once you get good at drawing, you can work in a really forgiving medium like acrylic. That's probably one of the most forgiving mediums because you can just layer on top of a layer, and if you make a mistake, you can paint over it, and it's easy to work with. It's easy to clean. Acrylics are generally cheap. In fact, I just bought an amazing 48 pack of acrylic paint that I'm just dying to dive into. In fact, I'm going to be doing painting tutorials in the future once I kind of settle into my new routine. But yeah, making work look more realistic is it takes time. Patience is the number one component of creating good art in the first place. If you work fast, it's going to look like you worked fast, and your work is going to suffer from that. I have an old video called I think it's 5 tips to improve your artwork. So you can search my videos for that. And I think that covers, a really good general aspect of improving your work. Let's see. Question from Lee. I think that's Lee. Do I prefer smaller drawings? Really, let's see. I don't. In general, I would say that I don't prefer smaller drawings. Sketches like this, like I don't consider really anything in this sketchbook a drawing in a full scale. They're not compositions. What I have in this sketchbook are not compositions. I didn't plan this stuff to be torn out and sold. To me, this is my sketchbook. It's where I work on particular skills. As advanced as some of the drawings in the sketchbook appear to be, they're all studies. From the beginning here, this is the first portrait that I did attempting this kind of style using just brown and white colored pencil. And it was moving towards getting better at my portraits, and that's what this was. This is a sketch of my now fiance, but then it was my girlfriend. This is another sketch of her. At the beginning of the live stream, I mentioned Jeff Lafferty's channel and watching his live streams. This was something that I was sketching with while watching his live stream, and it was just over many hours that I spent working on the details and the values in this that make this eye look so cool, I guess. More portrait work, just working. This one, I added a bit of black in the eyes, and I liked the way it made the eyes pop a little bit more. Same thing here, I added a little bit of black in the eyes. And then I also added a bit of the brown Prismacolor Premier, the softer one. What I'm working with right now is the Verithins. I really like the way these pencils blend with a stump, a shading stump. They blend really nicely and they're nice and soft. The same thing here with the lips. This was something that I was working on while watching the Artcasters live. And the nose, this is, now see the eye, the lips, and the nose was kind of a way to focus and kind of learn the textures and the way the light works on very detailed features of the face. And the idea was still working on portraits, because I started the sketchbook before I started the subscriber portraits, because I wanted to do the subscriber portraits, and this sketchbook kind of led into me being able to do those. This was just a figure study. I always enjoy doing figure studies because I draw anime a lot, kind of in my free time or whatnot, just for fun. And understanding anatomy and working with anatomy and getting things to look right is kind of like it's very important. And figures figures are kind of like the pinnacle of art. And from my perspective, it's something that everybody can identify immediately, whether they're experienced with art or not, and they can also identify mistakes. If you draw a person wrong, people are going to feel it. They're going to feel that it's wrong, and that's why being able to do figures well is so important to me, because anybody will be able to recognize it and notice that it's wrong. This was kind of an experiment with red and white as opposed to the brown. But yeah, so that's what this was always a sketchbook. When I did these skin tone practices here, a few of you might remember when I did these. I don't even remember when I did them. But these skin tone practices was preparing to do colored portrait for the first time. And the very first colored portrait that I did was my self-portrait that I did. It was like back in the spring of 2016, so it was about a year ago. More skin tone studies, working with gradients and skin tone is something that was always really hard. This pencil I kind of maxed out this pencil with this paper with the color. And I did this with Prismacolor. I did not do these with luminance. Another skin tone portrait study before working with full-scale portrait. Another figure study. Here's an anime drawing that I did. And I've done a tour of this sketchbook. I think I did it last video, actually. But yeah, so in general, I like to work small with sketches, but for full-scale compositions, I like to work big. Generally, I work with 11 by 14 for most of my colored pencil work, but I've also started working on 14 by 17, which was the Tower of Sophistication drawing that I did a few weeks back. And then I have a few other ones over here that are planned. Let's see, what's going on in the chat? So somebody asked if I used the Derwent Colorsoft. No, I've never used the Derwent Colorsoft before. Mara Black asks if I do commissions. I do commissions, but I only get like 3 or 4 commissions a year, maybe. Nobody's really asked about prices before, but I was going to do a video separate on how I price my work, but my work is priced somewhat randomly, and I kind of have baselines for a lot of the stuff. Like a piece like my subscriber portraits, something like that is like a $200 to $300 price range. Something larger scale, for instance, the jaguar or the landscape or the giraffe that I did, those would be anywhere between 600 and 900. But I don't do commissions very often, not because I'm not willing to, but because I don't generally seek out commissions. People usually seek me and ask me to do a commission, in which I give them my price and they usually respond. And that's okay with me, because most of my art income I'm working to generate from doing videos and not doing commissions, because I think I enjoy doing videos much, much more than I do enjoy doing commissions. People can come to me and ask me to do a commission of something that I'm not particularly fond of, and it's going to show up in the work when I don't really want to do it. But I need to do it because bills, you know. Let's see. Oh, you're welcome, Mythic Crusher. I hope that answer was good for you. So Mara asked if I'm going to do another self-portrait. I probably will. I probably will. I kind of like the idea of doing a self-portrait, maybe not every year, but every so often. Maybe every 2 years or something like that. But I do kind of have the urge to do another self-portrait. I apologize that I'm not drawing as much. I'm trying to respond to all the questions and things in the comments, but the video might get too boring if I don't actually draw a bit. So let me draw a bit. But yeah, I was really happy with the way my self-portrait came out. And it really reflects kind of the way that I was feeling in the moment of drawing it. Like it, and it was, I don't know, it was hard to explain. For me, my self-portrait was very special, as cliche as that might sound. For me, it was something a lot deeper than just drawing a picture of myself. And it was kind of the way that I saw myself. I took the reference photo myself. I set up the lighting myself, um, and everything about it was just how I pictured myself at that time in my life. And it was kind of dark, I guess you could say. The lighting is very heavy. I don't know how to explain it, but um, I feel like I'm in a very good place right now, and so my next self portrait will certainly display the changes that have occurred in the past year. Or has it been 2 years? I swear I drew that last year, but I couldn't have drawn that last year because I lived in Poland during that time. So it must have been 2 years ago. I don't know. Maybe somebody can look that up. When did I upload that self portrait video? Was it somewhere around January, February of last year? I can't. I can never remember. I was just having a conversation with my fiance last night about my lack of memory for um, events or important events. Um, one of the things about the video setup that I have right now, that I mentioned, the camera coming at an angle, I really look forward to fixing that because I know that you kind of have like a harsh light somewhere around this area here, and you can't quite see the details of the drawing as much as I'd like you to be able to see. But I will certainly be fixing that. Check everything. Yeah. I hope I don't have to scroll on these comments. They seem to pop up, but okay, they seem to be. Um, so, do I prefer animal drawings or people? And do I prefer surrealism to realism? Let's see. I don't draw a lot of animals. It's something that I've tried. I mean, the jaguar that I did, I don't even remember when I did the jaguar. See, I can't keep track of all this stuff. Um, I live my life 1 week at a time because right now for the past like 5 months it's been every day, Monday through Friday videos. And I don't know, but the jaguar drawing was actually one of the very first animal drawings that I ever really put time into. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It was really challenging. There was a, but I don't. I have to say that I prefer to draw people. Just not necessarily portraits, but like a mix between portraits and figures. Um, I, I I absolutely love drawing figures. It's just so fun. I don't know why. It's just one of the things that I most enjoy drawing, aside from anime. Like that's kind of the thing that I really like to draw, and that's my organic style that I draw in is like the anime style, the things that you've seen me draw in that style, like this here. Like this is probably the most organic drawing that I have in this sketchbook because this was just created. There wasn't any reference or anything like that. It was just I drew this based on suggestions, um, like, and that's the kind of style that I really enjoy drawing. But the only way that I'm able to draw stuff like that is having a good understanding of figures and things like that. So that's kind of and then surreal versus realism. I don't really have a preference in that regard because I haven't done a lot of surrealistic work. However, I do intend to kind of get into that a bit. I've I've actually had a painting for a very long time, like planned for somewhere around a year. To be honest with you, I've had it planned for quite some time, and um, it was meant to be an oil painting that I never fully got do, and it was a surrealistic painting. The the concept the concept was kind of inspired a bit by Howl's Moving Castle, and it was a hand like coming out of the clouds kind of thing, and then on top of the hand was a house. It was like a hand that had a house on it, and then there was some flying things, and yeah, it was. I still have the Photoshop version because I do a lot of planning. Um, I do a lot of planning of my artwork, and so a lot of the stuff is always planned in Photoshop before I ever touch paint to canvas or anything like that. Um, okay, so I have a question here. Should you use black color in hair or eyes? One YouTuber told us that don't use black color because it's not natural color. Okay, so this is an age-old question. You know, a lot of people will say, "Oh, you shouldn't use." Hold on, I gotta start my camera back up. Heard it click. There we go. Should be good. Oh no, it stopped working. Okay, let me see here. Okay, I gotta try to start this back up. One moment. Sorry about that. Okay. That's just something that I'm going to have to deal with while using this camera. If anybody wants to help me get my camcorder faster, there is a PayPal donation in the description. Anyways, the question about black and white, actually, they both go hand in hand. And yes, the truth is, in natural lit situations and environments, black and white are not colors that actually occur. And in photographs, you'll get really, really dark shadows and really, really bright highlights. And you can examine the histogram, the luminance histogram of the photograph, and you'll find that no, black doesn't actually exist in this photo, and white doesn't actually exist in the photo, even if it's really, really, really close. So close, in fact, that if you end up using white or black in your work, nobody will really be like, "Oh, that's too black." Nobody's really going to say that. You just have to be careful when you're using the blacks and the whites because though they don't really occur in reference photos, they can show up based on how the photograph was taken and edited. And it's a style point, really. But you do want to use it sparingly in artwork. A little it's a little less forgiving in artwork than it is in photography. Um, but in general, using black and white, um, I stay away from black and white. I do. And that's because I understand that there's more colors happening in the shadows than black and white in the highlights. Um, and I will use like a really dark gray that has either a cool tone or a warm tone, or a really, really dark brown. Um, so, for instance, if you go through my tutorials, my Friday tutorials, you'll notice that I put the color palette there, and I have, let's see, I have them all behind me, but you can't see them because I have the background out. But you'll only see a couple that have black in the color palette, and there's a reason for that. The reason is that black doesn't really occur all that much, and yeah, I have to use that sparingly. But sometimes I do sneak it in. If I really want to boost the contrast of something, then I'll sneak it in a little bit. But I almost never leave it just black. Sometimes we'll always throw a color over top of it just to give it a little bit of saturation. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do with black. Okay, so biggest piece of advice I can give for drawing clothing. Um, well, I do have a tutorial. I do have a tutorial on drawing clothing specifically, and it's clothing is so diverse that it's really hard to do a tutorial on all the clothing in the world. However, I do cover like general shapes and ideas and fittings of clothing, whether it's a skirt, pants, um, or kind of a loose fitted shirt, a button up shirt, a collared shirt, something like that. I do have a tutorial. It's my How to Draw Anime Part 3. Um, and I know that you might not be referring to anime, but the approach can be translated. Whether it's working with realism or anime, the the idea, the theme behind it is uh, still what is necessary to draw clothing in general. And yeah, clothing is something that took a really long time for me to kind of like be able to design myself and put it on characters. I can look at references of clothing and then like paste it onto characters that I draw. And sometimes, you know, it look boxy and kind of not right. But at this point, you know, if I wanted to, you know, put clothes onto this figure right now, I have an understanding of the geometry and kind of the physics of clothes, that I'm able to apply certain folds to this figure. I would be able to put clothes on this and just create the outfit out of thin air without reference. Um, it I One of my favorite reference tools for clothing, however, is like an expensive clothing website. I use Nordstrom. This is not an advertisement for Nordstrom, but I do use the Nordstrom website because not only do they have pictures of all the clothes that they wear with models wearing them, but they also usually have at least 3 different angles. So if I want to see a pair of pants from the back, I can look at it from the back or from the side or from like a natural stance. So I get some of those natural folds, and I can pull out some of the information from those reference photos and just use them in my artwork. Because one of the things with drawing clothes is you have to identify the the folds and the style that the folds go into. There's certain clothes that have very particular folds. So if you look at something like a loose fitted sweater or something like that, you'll find those really thick, kind of rolly, smooth folds. You won't find creases because the cloth is so thick that you won't find those creases. And conversely, like a fitted shirt or a dress shirt with a collar, those are usually ironed shirts, and so they're very stiff and almost cardboard like. So you do get those creases and you don't get those rolly folds as much, except a couple spots on the sleeve. So you know they're identifying those kind of different types of folds, and you know artists have broken down and named all these folds and stuff. I have never bothered learning the names of the folds, but yeah, just studying pictures of people modeling clothes, and you can kind of identify the different types of folds that occur depending on the type of clothes that you're referring to or that you're looking at. Great questions, everybody. I really appreciate you asking questions about anything that pops into your head, you know. It really, it's fun. This is exactly what I was looking forward to, doing these live. You know, when I was sitting, you know, when normally when I would sit and hit the record button and just before hitting the record button, I'd always kind of go through the checklist in my head, like, okay, do I have questions? And what am I going to talk about? And this makes it a ton more easier, and it's more enjoyable for me too. You know, it kind of gives me the opportunity to just hang out with everybody and draw and um, give as much advice as you're looking for, I guess. Speaking of black, I'm about to use it right now, and I'm going to use it in the hair. I want a nice contrast in this hair here. And for this, I mean, for this particular piece, like it's very dark. It's pretty much just flat black and in the hair here. But I'm still going to make sure that I keep my pencil strokes in the general direction that the hair is going. And this is going to be a subtle detail that, you know, you really aren't going to see on camera, but you'll see it in person, and that's what really makes the difference. This is what separates the amateurs from the pros, is they always, you know, they're always thinking about things like this, the small details. That's what makes work great. The difference between good and great is the small stuff. So I always try to add that to my work. Even though this is just black here. Keeping the pencil strokes and everything the right way is important. I might try to do so as far as future live streams, like I might play around a little bit with the time, because you know there's a lot of people in the U.S. and different time zones than what I'm in that I'm sure would like to tune in and watch the live streams, but the time difference is a bit difficult to work with because I'd have to do the live streams in the evenings to kind of adjust, and like the weekends are pretty much off limits. Like I even though I try not to work on the weekends, I always end up working on the weekends. I try to give myself some time off, but I may do a live event on the weekend just to see how it goes. I know a lot of people don't actually watch YouTube on the weekends. If you look at YouTube analytics, the weekday is actually the most popular time of day for people to watch YouTube. So I that's why I always try to upload and stuff during the week as opposed to the weekend. The weekdays are just better in general for YouTube artists. But I do want to play around with the time of day that I do the live streams, just to try to give everybody a chance to join in live. And I might, you know, when I'm bored or something and I don't feel like doing the work that I have to do, or maybe I just want to do a project live, then maybe I'll just set up real quick and then just stream randomly during the week. Because I mean, I did that with the drawing journal as well. Sometimes I just really felt like drawing or sketching in my journal instead of working on a larger project, even though I have way too many to put off right now. I have a few collaborations. I have 3 for sure. Yeah, I have 3 for sure. I have one that is way past due, which I actually recorded the video like 3 months ago, and I'll probably I'll probably just upload the video sometime. Um, and then I have one with somebody that hasn't contacted me back. I emailed them this past week, and I'm still waiting for them to get back to me, because it was a collaboration that we had planned back in November, and we were both really busy through the month of December, so we decided, just get in contact January of the new year, and we'd figure everything out. But I contacted her, but I haven't heard back yet, so I'm still kind of waiting for that. Let's see. So, can I suggest what kind of job for an artist? Honestly, I am in no position to suggest any job, because this was never, art was always a hobby for me, and I went to college to be a math teacher. I have a degree in math. So when I started, let's just go through the history. So since this is the first live stream, I'll kind of go all the way back to the very beginning of my channel and the drawing journal in general. So I think, if I remember correctly, the first drawing journal was like 2 years ago, around September timeframe. And it was kind of an idea that I came up with because I've been watching live streams, and I just enjoyed the format of drawing in real time and having conversation. And then, because I didn't have live streaming at the time, the closest thing I could have to a conversation was record a video, have people ask me questions, and then record another video and post it the next week answering some of the questions that I got. But the drawing journal is exactly what the title is. It's much more for me than it is for everybody else, because it's therapeutic to me to just sit here, kind of sketch out, not have a time frame. Like, I'm not trying to complete this drawing, but because I'm going to be on here for another 4 hours at least, I'm going to probably finish this. Not because I'm trying to, but because it's a small drawing. But even beyond the drawing journal being the therapy that I need, starting my YouTube channel was kind of just a therapy in itself, because there was just a lot going on. I'm just going to put it at that. There was some major life-altering events that were occurring the time that I started my YouTube channel. But one of the biggest problems that I've always had as a person is that I've always been very introverted, which is probably no surprise to many of you, because anybody that's watching this that's an artist, artists generally kind of tend to be more introverted, and it was not the best. Like, I was too introverted. It was unhealthy amounts of introversion. And so starting my YouTube channel, the beginning of it was really just like, hey, I'm an artist. Or, at the time I was just somebody that did art, not really an artist. And I started my YouTube channel to kind of to put myself out there, to open myself up for the positive and the negative aspects of putting videos of myself on the internet, but to connect with people, to kind of to be a bit more extroverted, and it's been very positive for my self-esteem and everything like that. And that's what my YouTube channel was about in the beginning, like, for me personally. And that's why I went through the story of how I came up with the name Unmask Art. and I've mentioned it in a few videos way back whenever. There's no chance of me remembering that. But like the name Unmask Art has kind of um, three different meanings. Greetings, Michelle. Um, the first meaning on mask art is kind of a historical thing. So when I was growing up, um, my dad still works on cars. Actually, he's a auto body mechanic. So he paints cars, fixes dents, that kind of thing. Um, and that downplays it a lot. My dad is a genius when it comes to doing that kind of stuff. Like um, he's been doing it for oh my goodness, he's been doing it for 50 years or something like that. He's been doing it for a really, really long time. So you can just imagine his level of expertise when it comes to working on cars in that manner. But when I was little, that's what my dad was doing and is still doing. And so I would go to his garage and I'd help out as much as I could. And I've been doing that literally like as far back as I can remember, going to his garage and helping out, whether it was starting out just by like sweeping the floor or something small like that. But one of the things that he taught me to do at the very beginning was how to tape off a car for it to be painted. And this, if you have two kinds of people that tape off cars. You have the people that know what they're doing and the people that think they know what they're doing. And the difference is when you peel that tape off and what the paint job looks like. And my dad taught me how to do it the right way. And I was good at it. I would still say that I'm good at it, even though I haven't taped off a car in a really long time. But my dad is a perfectionist to the highest standard when it comes to that stuff. And so I was taught by the very best, for sure, on how to tape a car off for paint. And it's kind of been a skill that I still incorporate in my work. Not so much recently because I haven't painted in a long time, but now that I have some paint, I hope to reincorporate that into some of my work. But yes, so that's kind of the historical aspect of my name. Came about a very long time ago for that particular reason. But so there's that aspect. The other aspect of it is the present kind of aspect, which is the use of it in my work. If you go back and you look at my Beneath the Veil painting that I did last year, or when did I do that? I didn't do that last year. Did I? Goodness, how long ago was that? Like I said, I can't. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was 2 years ago. But that painting there, that was definitely one of the more obvious ways that I used incorporated tape in my work, and I haven't been able to show it a lot on any recent videos or in many videos much at all, but using tape in my artwork is something that I really enjoy doing, and yeah, I'll probably be using more of it in the future once I get set up to paint and do painting videos. So that's kind of the more present part of the name Unmask Art, more of a technique. And then the third and final reason, which is the more personal reason I chose the name, is because it's kind of like unmasking myself. Because when I started my channel, I was kind of putting myself out there, for all the positive and negative. And it was, so that's the other thing. It's kind of like putting myself out as an artist. And so that's the history of the name. That's the history of the channel, really. That's where it all started. I didn't really have any experience, any direction whatsoever. When I started my channel, I kind of just emulated the best. The best at the time for me was Fine Art. She was kind of the inspiration for my channel. Like, I had watched time lapses of many of the huge YouTube artists that I don't even watch anymore. Honestly, if you have over like a 200,000 following, I'm not even subscribed to you. Yeah, so that's kind of history of the channel and whatnot, and I don't really know where I'm going with that. Any more questions in the comments? No, I don't see none, but yeah. I hope everybody is enjoying the live stream. I don't know if I can see how many people are watching. So it says I've only been live streaming for a half hour. I don't think that's right. I had about 9 people at one time watching. That's not too bad. I didn't know what to expect, to be honest with you. But I can't seem to find where it tells me how many people are watching. Let me see here. I'm gonna see if I can find it really quick, because I'm interested. I don't want there to be any volume here. That's turned on. So it doesn't tell me. It doesn't show how many people are currently watching. But I do have 8 thumbs up, so thank you for that. Yeah, so I'm just going to continue coloring this figure in. Let's see here. Should try to finish a part of it or something like that. Here, color here. Yeah, I briefly mentioned in the beginning, like that I'm using the Prismacolor Verithins here, and it's a much denser pencil than the soft waxy Premiers that everyone is familiar with, and they feel a lot more like graphite. Okay, so it says that 8 people are currently watching, 9 people. That's awesome. Thanks for letting me know. Fine Art Ann. I'm glad that you're still watching. The chat was pretty quiet. So. If you want to help out, tweet the live stream. If you have Twitter, invite people to come watch. That's always helpful. Like I said, I'm going to be here for a while. Either I'm going to finish this drawing, or my computer is going to explode, because I'm just going to be here all day, just rambling on and having fun. So it'd be a bit more fun with people watching. That's all I'm saying. But either way, I'm going to be here. It has been super fun already. Like I still can't get over it. It feels like I'm on TV or something. It's cool. It's a cool experience for sure. I mean, I'm sure there's like plenty of other people live streaming right now that this is just a normal day for them. But it being my first live stream, and what's cool? So I started the Kickstarter, like the last week of December, and it ran for like 16 days, I think. I had it running, and the reason I did the Kickstarter was, well, aside from, helping me afford to set the studio up, was because on Patreon I hadn't quite reached my goal of $160 a month to kind of afford it myself. But yesterday I got the last patron that I needed in order to reach that 163 milestone. Their pledge hasn't processed yet. It won't process until the end of January. But at the end of January, beginning of February, it should be official that I reached my first goal on Patreon, which is very, very exciting. Because it's kind of crunch time for me right now because I really need to grow my channel like exponentially at this point in order to continue through the rest of this year and make it to 2018. Because it was really gamble for me to just put everything out there and go for doing YouTube full time. And right now it is like borderline, like, can I continue doing it? I can continue doing it for sure through the remainder of this year, at least. But come September timeframe, I need to reevaluate how things are going, and I'm hoping that the live stream helps me pick up that extra bit, because one of the things that I'm glad I started rambling about this, because it reminded me of the big topic that I had planned for this live stream, and that's my Patreon videos and things like that. So 1 second, my camera needs to be restarted. There we go. Sorry about that. So for my Patreon right now, the way that I have it set up is I have the $2 tier and then the $6.28 tier, which is the the half access to my real-time drawing videos. For my weekly tutorials, I record those in real time because they only take like a half hour to maximum 2 hours. And then I upload those real-time videos, but only the Patreon supporters get to watch them. And that's like the benefit of supporting me on Patreon. But I really don't think it's enough. I don't feel like it's giving people enough. And so, because there's no narration, there's just me drawing in real time. And so one of the things that I intend to change about my Patreon page is I want to do the real-time videos as a live stream, so that my Patreon supporters, they can watch me do a piece from beginning to end in real time, ask me questions and everything like that, even draw along if they want, and I'll have that video uploaded for the Patreon supporters. And then the other side of it is that I will take that video, edit it for YouTube, and I'll do the Wednesday time lapse, the Friday narrated tutorial. That's still just a bit slower time lapse. And that's kind of like my plan of changing my Patreon. I kind of feel like it's a bit of a gamble because like I have a few supporters on there, and I don't want to go around like changing a bunch of things and then somebody not like it and unsupport me. But I think that the changes are necessary to give more. Like I really think that there's more that I need to be giving, more that I need to be doing on Patreon. And so that's one of the changes that I intend to bring in the future. I'm not going to do that until I have this set up really, really solid. I don't want the small breaks that my camera takes every half hour to interrupt those kind of live streams. I'd really like to have the camcorder and have everything prepared properly for those live streams in the future. And I'd like to, I mean, for my drawing journals, I'd like to have them less interrupted as well. But those are the kind of the changes that I've been thinking about doing for Patreon. And I think what I'm going to do is simplify the tiers. Like I'll have the base level, like donate $2 a month because you like my artwork and you're willing to donate $2 a month to help me continue doing this full time. And then I'll have it like baseline $10 a month where you have all the access to my Patreon feed where you have the live stream events of the weekly tutorials, drawing all kinds of stuff, and painting in the future as well. I'm going to do painting tutorials, but yeah, I feel like there's more that I need to do for my Patreon supporters, and the live events are really going to help bring all that together. So it's kind of some future plans that I meant to bring up in today's live stream. Let's see. So I gotta catch up with some of the chat here. Thank you, Michelle. I'm very grateful that you subscribe to my channel and that you really like my work. I mean, it's all the people that have that same sentiment as you that make me wake up smiling every day. Like my morning routine is Monday through Friday. My morning routine is pretty much this. Like I wake up usually pretty droggy. Like I don't know. I wake up like a normal person, I guess. My fiance, she always gets up way before me and starts prancing around, getting ready for work because she has to leave for work, whereas I just have to. My bed is like right there. Like I'm staring at my bed right now. So I don't have I don't have much travel time for work. But she'll usually make tea for us if there's enough time, or she'll make tea for me, or sometimes I'll make tea. It just depends. But I'll drink my tea. I'll send her off to work, and I'll stand in the kitchen and look out the window, and just I've taken pictures of the view that I have, and I think I've showed it in a couple videos, like my balcony and stuff like that. But I'll just look out, smile, and just in my mind I'll just be so happy to be where I'm at right now and doing what I'm doing, like genuinely happy of just about everything that I can be happy about. And I totally forgot what I was talking about. Anyways, yes, being subscribed to my channel and having those people like yourself, Michelle, that tell me that they love my work, they enjoy my videos, and that they're subscribed, like that it really means a lot to me. It really does. I don't ever want to come off as what's the word? Ungrateful is the word that popped into my mind first, but it's not the word I was generally looking for. I don't want to ever come off as one of those YouTube artists or a YouTuber in general that seems to be taking for granted the people that are supporting their work. I try to answer all the questions that I get on my videos. It's gotten pretty close. It's gotten pretty close to the point where I'm missing comments. And it makes I feel terrible. Sometimes I'll just spend hours scouring some of my videos to make sure that I've answered everybody's questions, because there's some very genuine questions that I really appreciate people leaving on my videos, and I want to get to those questions and answer them completely and honestly. So in no way do I take any of my subscribers for granted, and I hope that comes across in my videos or my drawing journals or now, even now that I'm saying it in real time. Let's see, I still gotta catch up. In Finland, it's 11 a.m., so currently at work. This is really fun background music. Well, thank you, Anne. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I hope you're having a good day at work. Um, and you wish that you had the talent that I do in the amazing videos that I do. Well, I'm very glad that you consider both my talent and my videos amazing. I certainly put a lot into them, and so I take those comments and those compliments very seriously, and they really do keep me motivated in every possible way that you can imagine. So thank you for that. Um, I was if you look back at some of my first videos, I started recording my videos with my iPad. Actually, I have my iPad right here. With this iPad, that's like 4 years old or something. It should have probably quit by now, but it's still holding on strong. All my first videos were recorded with that iPad, and the thing about it is that it was the 16 gigabyte one, so it was really small memory card. So what I would do is I would remove everything, maximize the amount of space that I had on it, and I would set it up on a kind of a bootleg tripod and point it down on my artwork, and I would record and I would draw. And then it would take maybe 20 minutes or so. I would get about 20 minutes of video. Huge, 14 gigabyte size video. And then I'd unplug it. I'd plug it in my computer. I'd transfer the video file to my computer, and I'd set it back up again. I'd record for another 20 minutes, and I'd have to keep doing that. And by the end, I'd have like a 200 gigabyte video, and then I'd, try to edit that, and then I'd upload it to YouTube, and that was my first videos, was with that iPad, just the worst. And then I'd say maybe like 6 months after starting, I got my GoPro, which I still have here, which I still use in a lot of my videos, which I also need to upgrade. And that revolutionized the way that I shoot videos. And then a couple years ago, I would say I got my DSLR camera, which was the first camera that I got was the Nikon D5300, which I loved, by the way. I had some really nice lenses. I spent some money on it, and I had some pretty nice lenses on that camera that I kind of miss, actually. But for video, I have to say that Canon is the way to go. If you want to be a photographer, you can go for the higher end Canons, and photography, perfect, whatever. But for video, I have to give it to the 70D. The autofocus is amazing. The image quality is amazing. Just everything about it is just fantastic for video. Whereas the Nikon, the autofocus is atrocious for the video. So if you're going to use it for video, you're going to have to use manual focus, which I did. However, one of the things that I was able to change when I switched to the Canon was I was able to do the drawing journals with the dual camera setup that I've been doing for a while now. And I wasn't able to do that with the Nikon because it did not have an autofocus that was respectable in any manner whatsoever. So yeah, that's what the Canon did for me. And for video quality, the Canon surpasses the Nikon by far. Just yeah, it's not even close. Okay, so let's see here. Coffee Cat, you're in Japan. That's so awesome. I'm totally jealous. Okay, so you're at work right now, and when you get home, that's awesome. I've always wanted to visit Japan, and you would think, if you knew me more personally, you would think that by now I would have visited Japan. For those of you who don't know, I used to be in the military, and I joined hoping just that I would get stationed in Japan. It never happened. I never got to visit Japan. I was in the Navy for 4 years, and I was in Washington State, like, um, and that's where I was stationed for 4 years. Never got to see Japan. It was because I was on an aircraft carrier, and Japan's not really particular to letting the the nuclear powered aircraft carriers into their country. They're not real big fans on that. Um, can't blame them. But yeah, I hope to visit Japan sometime. Um, I have to in my lifetime. It's mandatory. It's mandatory that I visit Japan. It would be probably my biggest failure in life if I never did, uh, because of just how much uh, I've been drawn to the culture throughout my life. Uh, let's see. Okay, here's a question. Do I have any tips on where to find good royalty-free music, either for free or at a low price? Okay, so um, if you, okay, so I'm gonna, let's see here. So I get all my royalty-free music from Epidemic. Epidemic? That sounds wrong. Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's Epidemic Music. Yeah, it is Epidemic Music. That's where I get all my royalty free music. I don't know what their price is for like a year subscription or whatever, because of my uh, MCN that I'm partnered with on YouTube, which is Broadband TV. I get access to Epidemic Music's all their royalty free music, just by being a partner. You can. You might have heard of Social Blade. If you go to Social Blade, you can become a Social Blade partner. I think just by clicking like become a partner, and they are kind of a um, like a sub partner of Broadband TV. So if you sign up for Social Blade, I'm not telling you to. I'm not telling you to. I think that you should, if you're going to do like YouTube seriously, I think you should partner with somebody that you really want to. And you should really probably do your homework on that, because in some ways I might regret being a partner. I'm not 100% certain. My channel's not quite large enough for me to see the kind of profits on ad revenue that like really large channels would have. So I don't really know about that. But that's where I get it. Epidemic Music. No idea what the price is, but if you become a partner with Social Blade, you're automatically then a partner with Broadband TV, which gives you free access to Epidemic Music. Other than that, there's the standard ones that pretty much everybody uses, that everybody way overuses. But I like Epidemic Music the best by far, because the selection is just wonderful. You can have music with vocals, without vocals. You can download the stems. So if there's music that you like that has vocals, you actually can download it minus the vocals, which is fantastic. So that's one of the places that I get mine. Let's see. Heard about Germany gives scholarships for artists. Most of my they work there. Is it true that I don't know. I live in Poland. I don't know a lot about Germany. In fact, I don't even know a lot about Poland, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Um, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. Pierce. I think it's Pierce. So you're in Christchurch, New Zealand, listening, watching, and doodling. That's awesome. So I'm working at being a full-time artist and considering starting a channel. Well, if you are working at being a full-time artist, then start a channel. To be to be a successful artist, I think that you need to branch out in every way possible. in social media, and YouTube is one of the largest, and it gives you a very unique kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It gives you a unique platform, but it even gives you a more unique portfolio for your work. Video art is just the one of the best ways to reach clients, and one of the things that like I do for commissions. Somebody asked me a question about whether or not I do commissions earlier, and when I do commissions, I do commissions plus a video, which is something I have the capability of doing. So when I do my commissions, I record the time lapse and I offer that as part of like the kind of the package deal as far as getting the artwork. Not only do you get the artwork, but you also get this video for free. I don't actually charge for the video that I do because I benefit so much from doing the video. Though it is kind of rolled into the price automatically. I have to. So if you ever, this is a random tip, but these pencil smudgers, to get rid of kind of the color at the end, I just use my X-Acto knife and scrape it off. But I need and put it on my table over here. Clean the mess up later. But that's how I get rid of that. Let's see, what else? So 8 people watching, that's rad. 9 a.m. in the UK on a night shift tonight where I do most of my drawing. That's cool. See, I recorded my videos previously with my phone using time-lapse software. Yeah, I've seen a few people having used their phone, and I mean, like I said, I started out with my iPad, and that's my iPad's not worse than a new iPhone that's out or whatever. Like the video and picture quality on the phones now are much better than my 4-year-old iPad. So there's no shame. I think that when it comes to creating the videos, it's probably a bit better to focus on the personal connection. So the camera that I'm using for me is just the Logitech C920, and it's like $50, or I think I bought it for like £40 or something like that off Amazon UK. And I mean, the video quality on it is fantastic. You have a lot of control with it as well. I haven't really toyed around with it yet, but it's super small, so you could kind of put a stick over your table, something that you could just screw to the wall or something like that, and then have that hanging over top of your artwork, and then you could use QuickTime or OBS to record your drawing process and then edit the video later. So it doesn't take a lot to start working on the videos. And then also, the sound quality that you get with the Logitech isn't that bad either. So you could do face-to-face videos like this where you could just narrate your videos, and that makes them a lot more, that makes them a lot more interesting to watch for people. But yeah, don't just consider starting a channel. Just get it started. If you have your pen name, or you can just use your real name, whatever, it doesn't matter. You just start your channel. There's no reason to wait. There's no reason to wait. Just get it started and start making videos. Like I said, my videos weren't fantastic when I started out. They weren't fantastic. They weren't high quality. It took me a long time and a lot of practice to get the video quality that I have now. But just go for it. Don't wait around. There's no benefit to waiting. I'm going to try to catch up to the chat here. I feel like I'm falling behind. And it's only 10:30, so I'm still going to be here for quite some time. Let's let's see. Yeah, so the time lapse setting for 1 second, or like the photo 1 second, that's similar to the GoPro. That's how I record some of my time lapses, especially my longer time lapses. I record them with the time lapse setting on the GoPro. Okay, so Michelle says she uses her Nikon now and have to use manual focus for her videos. Yeah, for the Nikon, the manual focus is necessary. But if you're even with the better manual focused cameras like the Canon, if I'm recording a time lapse with that camera, so if you like my Chibi This series that a few of you may have watched. When I do the different camera angles, when I start coloring it, I'm using my Canon to get those time lapses, just because it makes it a little bit more fun to watch, I think, in my opinion. But I lock the focus, because when you're recording the time lapse version of it, you don't want your camera searching or hunting focus at any point during the time lapse, because when you speed it up, you'll get a really quick jump in the video. So it's beneficial to lock your focus if you're recording a time lapse with a DSLR. Lock your focus. When you set up your camera, focus on the paper, the artwork, where it's going to be. If it's just white, the camera might have a problem focusing, so just set a pencil on there. Lock focus on the pencil. Have your aperture, I like to set my aperture at 7.1. Gives a nice depth of field, so your hand will be in focus and the artwork will be in focus, and it gives a little buffer there just in case the camera gets moved a bit. So that's what I like to do with the DSLR setup. Getting pretty particular there, but anyways, yeah. So lock your focus ring. Usually it's on the side of your lens. Let's see. Try to catch up a little bit more. Oh, I bought a Logitech webcam that I use now. It saves much time. Yeah, it's definitely good camera. Great camera quality. And like I said, there's software that you can play around with, the contrast, the brightness. And I'm pretty sure you can lock the focus, because I know the Logitech has really good autofocus, especially for a webcam. But I think, like I said, if you're doing a time lapse, you want to lock that focus in. Oh, 10 people watching. That's awesome. Thanks for the update. Thanks very much for the advice. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm heck. That's I'll do what I can. Can you make caricature in next video? Well, what do you mean character? The more carnival type character where it's like really weird big head kind of thing. I mean, technically, my chibis, they're characters by general definition of a character, like taking the realism and molding it into a cartoon. That's kind of character, but I don't know. I brought my first sketchbook a few weeks ago, so I can learn to draw Strathmore tone. Well, good choice with the Strathmore toned tan sketchbook. Yeah, I love the paper. It's a bit flimsy paper, but goodness, you'll be surprised at how much pencil and stuff it will take. It's flimsy, but it's tough. Because I did, let's see here. I know I did a lot of ink. So this one here, this is Copic marker, and I just pile it on. Like this is like 10 layers of Copic marker here, and you can see it bled through a lot. But this is also Copic marker. It bled through a lot, but some people have a problem with the bleeding paper, but I have no problem whatsoever, because when I do, so let's see here. gotta get back to my drawing. This is a lot of colored pencil there, but usually I don't draw with a paper behind. I'm doing it on purpose. Usually I do this. I draw and I have a hard surface behind. That's one thing that a lot of people make the mistake of doing when they're doing like fine detail where you need a nice sharp point. Make sure that you don't have the rest of the sketchbook paper behind the piece that you're working on, because you have a soft, spongy kind of thing behind it, and that messes with the pressure of the pencil. So when you have the nice hard surface right behind what you're drawing, you can get those really nice, sharp, fine details in it. You get rid of that fuzziness that you would otherwise have. However, the reason I'm drawing this one right now with all the paper behind is because I want that softness. I want that soft sponginess because I'm working on the flesh tone, or the flesh kind of that part of the drawing. And that gives me the nice softness that I like, which is beneficial for what I'm drawing. But for other things in particular, or if you're using ink or markers or something like that, I do put the hard surface behind. Get my black pencil here and start adding a bit more depth to this. I don't feel like I've colored enough. Let me try to work on some. So you're talking realism, big head, big nose, big ears, like cartoon. I don't know if I do the chibis, like that's kind of my style. I've never studied that carnival kind of character style before. Usually the artists doing it, they like work in Sharpies and things like that. I'll just be honest, I don't really have much interest. I gotta start my camera back up. There we go. I don't really have much interest in that kind of style, I could probably draw something like that, but who am I drawing? I don't know who I'm doing the character of. It's not really a skill that I'm looking to work on. I'll just put it that way. It's not really a skill that I'm looking to get good at. So I'm going to have to pass on doing the character. For the next drawing journal, if I don't finish this, then I'll be working on a new drawing. Something. You're working on some Mad Max chibis. That's rad. I was not a big fan of that movie. It was like it won a lot of awards and stuff like that. But I have to be honest, I was not a huge fan of that Mad Max movie. It had its kind of coolness to it, but to me it didn't make a whole lot of sense. It just, I don't know. A lot of people were really, really big fans of it. And I'm kind of baffled. I didn't think it was that wonderful of a movie. The CG was fantastic, but what else is there? It had great CG, but it did not have a very fun story. I think I watched the video on YouTube that was well, I'm sorry that you have to watch that movie every month. At least it's only once a month, Yeah, I watched the video on like everything wrong with Mad Max or something like that. It wasn't the Cinema Sins one, it was something else. I think it was film theory. I don't know, but yeah, and I pretty much agreed with every point that he had in the video as far as like why Mad Max is not that great of a movie, because it's really not. And I was going to actually talk about this. I was actually going to talk about this like a couple weeks ago because I was looking up movies to watch, and I wanted to watch like best rated movies on IM or what is that website? IMB, IMB, I think it's called IMB, but whatever. Uh, I wanted to watch some of the highest ranked movies on that website, and I think number two was The Godfather and Godfather Part One. And I don't know how many times I've heard that the movie was great, like the Godfather movie was great, whatever. And I'm probably going to get some serious hate right now, but that movie was so boring. I was by the end of it, and it was like hard to get to. It was really hard to get to the end of that movie. Um, I was totally baffled. The entire conversation for the rest of the night was, why does anybody like this movie? I am totally baffled as to why anybody likes the Godfather movie. I was like, what is. I was so disinterested by the end of that movie that the only thing I could talk about was how confused I was as to why it's so highly ranked and highly regarded. And I just, yeah. And Mad Max is kind of one of those movies, like I just, it was cool. I enjoyed watching it. Um, a little bit, like not super enjoyed it, but it was just one of those movies I was like, I don't know. And then, yeah, there's a lot of big fans of it, and I guess I'm just not one of them. I haven't really watched too many good movies recently that kind of stick in my mind that I can really think of. One of the things, like, so after all this time of creating videos, and I've watched a ton of tutorials on making videos and storytelling and things like that, because I try to make my time lapses that I just have music to kind of tell a story a bit on uh, the creation process, and I try to make them really enjoyable. And so I've watched a lot of tutorials on different um, camera techniques and fun ways to use the camera angles, and kind of just filming in general, like a ton of tutorials on it. And so when I watch movies completely different than I used to. And I had to learn photography as well. I mean, when I bought my camera, um, I just jumped right in to photography, and I've had a few, I've taken a few good shots, a few good camera shots, and so I look at photography, I look at movies totally different now, because I have a different perspective as a video creator, because I I have a better understanding of lighting and the complexity of lighting and the complexity of storytelling using video as opposed to just narrating it. And so movies are much harder to please. They have to be good in many aspects now. Whereas I used to just be able to sit down and enjoy a movie because it's an enjoyable movie, but now I have to sit down and I have to enjoy the movie because it was shot well. The audio is good. The visual storytelling of the footage is good, and I never used to look at movies like that until I started creating videos. Because now I just have an entirely different perspective on the artistic aspect of shooting videos and creating stories with a camera. And as much experience as I have with that now, even when I watched The Godfather, I was like, this is so mediocre. I don't get it. Why is this good? It must have been good for the time frame that it was shot. That's the only thing I can think of, but I don't think it stands up. I don't think it stands up. Just can't get it. I mean, one of the greatest scenes in cinema, supposedly, is the baptism scene in The Godfather. And that was the only good scene in the entire movie, in my opinion. And yeah, I'm going to stop talking about that movie. But let's see what's going on here. So Michelle is working on a giraffe in colored pencil, 16 by 20 paper. It's taking forever. Well, 16 by 20, yeah, I can imagine it's taken quite a long time. The giraffe that I did recently was 14 by 17, so pretty close to that size. And it took quite a long time. Are you doing a background? Are you doing a background with that giraffe and whatnot? And did you post pictures? I know you're in. I'm pretty sure I've seen some of the pictures that you post, but I don't know if I saw the giraffe. I mean, there's so many pictures on my Facebook timeline. It's hard to keep track of them all. So I guess I'll talk a little bit about my pencils here. So I'm just using, for most of the drawings in here, I'm just using 3 colors. And I buy these individually off of art websites, Blick or Jerry's Artorama, or what's Jackson's art store here. These are the Prismacolor Verithins, just white 734, dark brown 746, and the black 747. And that's it. Those are the 3 colors. And I just love the way they look on this toned paper. I just don't get enough of it. And basically what I do with these drawings is I usually do the shadows first, or kind of draw them out. Like, the shadows aren't quite as contrasted as I want. I'll make them a bit darker, but I always do this process really, really slowly. And I kind of get the shadows in a bit, and then I add in a bit of the highlights to give it that dimension. As you can see, it's starting to have a bit more three-dimensional kind of aspect to it. It's starting to come off the paper a bit more. As I add more and more of the highlight, it will start to pop off more and more each pencil stroke. But I do it really, really slowly because I don't want anything to be unbalanced. And yeah, it's just more relaxing to take my time because I don't have, I don't have a time frame for this to be completed. That's what I really like about it. I think that, some artists, they use sketchbooks as kind of, to put down ideas or something like that. It's not how I use sketchbooks. My ideas my ideas come to me in a completely different way. Um, they they come to me instantaneously, and they are like fully formed in my mind, and they just pop up randomly. Like I'll just be sitting there drinking tea or something, and some idea will just pop in my mind. Like the giraffe that I did recently, that one just popped in my mind. The landscape that I did, that one did not pop into my mind because it wasn't even my idea. Somebody asked, I don't remember who, um, somebody asked me if I could do a tutorial on doing landscapes. So uh, I was like, well, I'll do a landscape. So I looked at pictures and I was like, what kind of landscape do I want to do? And I really like fall colors, so I went straight to do a fall landscape. Um, and then I planned out my color palette and just went for it, even though I've never really done landscape before. Um, let's see. Okay, so you agree about The Godfather overrated? That's good that I'm not alone in there. So Michelle says she'll have a time lapse on her channel for the giraffe. So everybody go check out Michelle's channel. She's gonna have a video of a giraffe, and it's gonna have some sky and clouds. That's cool. Um, what's the blending stick that I use? This is just this is high quality right here. Okay, this blending stick, let me see, is made in China, and it's a number 4. I have no idea how long I've had this blending stick or where I got it. So it's just a tightly rolled piece of paper, and I use my X-Acto knife to sharpen it when I need to. Absolutely nothing special whatsoever about this blending stick. You could probably use a Q-tip or something like that, or a piece of rolled up tissue or napkin or whatever. But yeah, nothing special here. It works. It does its job. And on this paper with these pencils, I really like to use it. It helps get the things smooth, blended out really nicely. So yeah, it doesn't take a lot. And yeah. Da, da, da. Wait, you have a time lapse on it. So the giraffe is already done? Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Are you still Vic? Vic? I'm just gonna call you Vic, if that's okay. Vicolas? 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 Maybe it's Vicolas. You let me know if I pronounce that right. But are you referring to the colorless blenders, like the wax-based ones? I have have it. Let's see it. I know I have. Yes, I have this one here. Yeah, are you referring to these blenders here? Um, this one is the Luminance colorless blender, and this is by far the best. You can't get a better colorless blender than this. I promise you that. As far as colored pencils, I actually never tried it on this. Kind of gave me an idea. I'm gonna leave this out. Vic. Okay, that's cool. I'll call you Vic. But yeah, this is the Luminance colorless blender. You can like buy them for like $3 or $4 or something like that. This doesn't have a wooden shell, so it looks a little bit different. But this one, it's just wonderful. I have the Prismacolor one, and it's really hard. Like the wax stuff inside is really hard. I don't even know. I think it's in my drawer over there somewhere, but um, yeah, I don't like it compared to this one. And this one would work perfectly fine with any of the other colored pencils, the Prismacolors. Yeah, I need to leave that out because I want to try it. I never tried the colorless blender with these colored pencils, so I'm glad you brought that up because it gives me an idea. Yeah, luminance pencils. Like I worked with Prismacolor pencils for like when I first started getting into colored pencils was a couple years ago or whatnot. Um, I mean, you can go back and actually see the first time that I used colored pencils on my channel because it was one of my gosh, I don't even remember what they were called, like weekly time lapse or drawing time lapse something. I don't know. I have a playlist on my channel where I have like 52 a year's worth drawing time lapses. Um, the weekly drawing, yeah, the weekly drawing time lapses. You go back there and you find the first colored one. I think it might be the third or fourth, fifth or sixth weekly drawing time lapse, and that is the first time I used colored pencils to draw or to color anything ever. Um, and that was with my first pack of Prismacolors, which are totally overpriced at the time um, at Hobby Lobby. Um, I never buy art supplies in an art store because you always have to deal with markup, and it's always overpriced in comparison to buying it online. So even when I was in the States, I didn't. I stopped going to art stores. They're always overpriced and under-selected. But that's see here. Okay, so your giraffe is in different parts on videos. Okay, I have to check that out. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna go to your channel right now, Michelle. Maybe. I don't think you can link it, unfortunately, in the chat. I don't know if you can do links. Actually, I don't. I will remember it. I will check it out as soon as I'm done live streaming. I don't know if I've seen. I may have seen pictures on Facebook, but like I said, I see so many pictures. It's hard to keep track of everything. But I always like to, I always like to uh, go to art channels and watch people's videos, and especially channels that are in the growth process. I don't go and solicit my advice, my I don't just go and like say, oh, you should do this, you should do that. But I'm happy to, if you have any um, if you have any desire for my advice on video or YouTube, just I'm happy to give it all away. I did the video a month ago or so of how to make better videos on YouTube. Um, yeah, that's pretty much the basics of it, but I'm happy to help in any way that I can. And I always like to help promote the smaller channels, smaller than mine. I mean, even my channel's small in comparison to YouTube in general. My channel's pretty insignificant, but I like the people that subscribe to my channel and interact. I don't take it for granted at all. In fact, when I go over to your channel, I'll share it on my Facebook page as well. I'll share your video because you're such a lovely person. Okay, now I'm going to try this. I'm going to see what this blender does. I don't know, I'm a bit hesitant because I want to be able to continue layering, and I know this is more waxy based. But what is art without a bit of experimentation? One of the things that this does is it does add a bit of desaturation to some colors when you're using it to blend, but overall it's a great way to smooth out the final piece. Yeah, it's a bit lighter using this. I think I'm just gonna work with my regular colors and regular blender a bit. Maybe at the end when I'm doing the final smoothing. Now what I'm doing is I'm going through and I'm doing the layering and building up my really dark values with the brown. I already laid down some black, which I'm going right over top of with the brown. The black is a bit too dead when it comes to these figures. So unless the shadow is really, really, really dark, I don't use the black as the final color. I like to keep that for the more like the scene, maybe the objects, but not the figure itself. I like to keep the figure nice and rich with the brown. So, quick question to everybody that's still here in the live stream. So it's been what, 2 hours now? Been live streaming for about 2 hours or so. Let me know what you think so far for the live stream. Anything that you'd like to see in the future, or anything like that. Anything you want me to talk about. Or draw, anything you'd like to see me draw in the future, and maybe do kind of a live stream tutorial kind of thing. I'm happy to entertain any ideas. Yeah, the luminance pencils, they are really expensive. Doing it monthly, that's a good idea. Buy a few every month. My favorite luminance pencil is 801. My favorite. 801 is my favorite. If you're looking for skin tones, what you'll want is the 801, the 821, 876, 832, 872, and 862. You'll definitely want those. You'll also want to use a little bit of 571. Oh, and 866 shadow color. 866, perfect skin tone shadow color right there. Yeah. Those are the colors I have. And if you're wondering why I'm looking over here, it's because I have my color chart. My color chart here. There for my markers, here for my colored pencils. I never did make a color chart for my Prismacolors, which I should. I really should do for the sake of tutorials, because I always do my color chart on my tutorials in Luminance pencil, and I know that not everybody is using Luminance at the time. So I have been wanting to make a chart, kind of a conversion chart for the Luminance colors versus the Prismacolors, and like what numbers correspond to which pencil. Prismacolor has a lot more colors than Luminance. I haven't come across the point where I can't color something with my Luminance pencils because I don't have the color. I mean, with blending capabilities and things like that, I haven't quite ran out of the colors that I need to create the colors that I want. But man, I really wish Luminance would make some more colors. I think they have 72. I think 72. And 72 is a really good number, but 120 would be a lot better. It'd make life a bit more easier. I would like some in between colors to see. One of the things that they're lacking on, browns. Luminance, get on it with the browns. Your browns do not exist. The closest thing, like, I like their 407 pencil. It's one of my favorite brown colors, really, really dark, rich brown. The 037 and the 905, kind of. But the other closest brown color they got, they have the 836, the 876, and the 077, but they're a bit too reddish brown, and I need some more earthy brown, like just brown, like just plain brown. Luminance, get on it. Excuse me. But yeah, I've really enjoyed the Luminance pencils up to this point, especially since I can sharpen them, and they sharpen, not break into a million pieces like the Prismacolors tend to do. Got to restart my camera real quick. There we go. I have the big Prismacolor set. I'm a bit jealous, Vic. I don't have any of the Winsor & Newton markers yet. I've been wanting to get some. I don't have any polychromos. You know, I don't know if I'll ever buy polychromos. Maybe, but I haven't gotten. Like I said, I haven't quite ran out of the Luminance colors yet for all the things that I want to do with them. So I haven't had much urge to get any more expensive pencils like the polychromos. Though I've gotten really close to buying the big set of the Prismacolors because they're so cheap and there's so many colors. I got really close to buying it, and I still kind of want to. If somebody wants to buy me a set of Prismacolors, feel free to. I won't say no. It was my birthday recently, so you can just consider it a late birthday present. But I've been wanting like the full set of the Prismacolors just to have as reference and to create a color chart, because they have the most colors of any of the sets. And Prismacolor's good. I don't have anything Prismacolor except that you can't sharpen them very much without them freaking out and breaking. I think this figure study is coming out quite nicely, if I may say so. Add a bit more highlights here. I almost wish that the paper, I wish the paper was just a bit darker. If it was just a little bit darker, the white would show up a bit more. In this lighting, it's a bit tougher, but without the shadow, it's shows up a lot nicer. One of the problems with having my lighting setup that I do have is it's a bit hard to draw color accurately because it's so bright that I end up not highlighting as much as I should, and I end up darkening more than I should, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because when it comes to contrast, then I nail it on the contrast. But I have the fluorescent lights, which are a bit more yellow than natural light, and so after a while it kind of messes with my eyes, and so sometimes I'll have to shut the lights off, kind of hold the drawing or something in a more natural light, just to kind of make sure that my colors are correct. But yeah, that's one of the things that I want to do in the future too, is kind of upgrade my lighting setup. I have my desk up against the wall on this side, and the kind of lights that I'd like to have is those box lights that are nice and bright, daytime lights that are diffused, so it's really great for filming, and I imagine that it'd be really great for making videos and drawing in as well, because it's so close to the natural light. Yeah, I always wanted to do the live drawing sessions, the live figure drawing sessions. When I was, let's see, so I went to community college first and got my associate's degree before transferring to university to get my bachelor's. And I only ever took one art class. I took painting one. It was the first time I ever used oil paints, and I was immediately in love. I was like, oil paints, that's where the magic happens. And they had a life drawing class, but I never took it. Um, I I ran out of time at the community college. I spent a lot of time in the studio, like I said, I took one painting class. I went from painting one to skipping all the other painting class straight to live studio. And the studio is for like artists that are they're moving on. They're getting their degree in art. They're moving on to being professionals or whatnot, or maybe even art teachers. Um, and so I just went from painting one to that. And because I was taking really heavy math classes, I didn't quite get the opportunity to take a life drawing class. And so when I got to the university, I was like, oh gosh, I now have a bit of kind of leeway as far as what classes I can take. So I really want to do a life drawing class because I never got the opportunity to. And it's just something that I've always wanted to experience. It's something that you kind of see in movies when you see like art class scenes in movies. They always have like that life drawing class where, like some person walks in and they're wearing a robe and then they drop their robe and they're sitting up there. And not so much for the art aspect of it, but more for the experience of having or being able to draw in a person in real life, like a figure in real life. It just seems like a really unique experience that I haven't never got the opportunity to have, and I've always wanted to get that opportunity. Sometimes my fiance makes the joke like, about drawing her, and I was like, I can't draw you because then everybody's gonna know what you look like naked. Because my drawings are pretty realistic, and well, they'd be able to recognize you, and I don't want that. That's too much. Maybe do that and keep it for private collection or something. But yeah, that's like asking a photographer to take a picture of you. Everybody's gonna know who it is. So for future live streams, beautiful naked women are always a nice to look at. Good. Okay, I'll keep the naked women coming. um, Maybe your first expression on totally new product. So new product. You know what? Here's a product. I have already featured this in videos, and I intend to feature more. Hopefully I won't make too much noise. Sorry. Is this textured fixive? Wait, this is final fixive? Okay. It's the same can, but here it says texture. The brush and pencil textured and final fixative. If you don't have them, get them. If you can't get them, smuggle them in. The textured fixative is just pure magic. It's the creator of the product, friends with her on Facebook. In the future, I hope to do a book review of her new book that she released, and I stand behind her products 100%. Not because she asked me to. In fact, she never asked me to. I made the videos because I was just so thrilled with the product. But yes, product reviews, that's a really good idea. And I generally I would like to do a video just purely for the product. Like I've done a few reviews before, but yeah, I can definitely throw some reviews in on my live streams. I mean, if I'm going to be streaming for 4 or 5 hours or whatnot, then I think I can throw in a product review or two. I do have, so I have this on the floor because I don't have any place to put it. So I got this monster pack. Let's see what this looks like. So yeah, I got this monster pack of the Liquitex Basics that I'm just, I can't wait. I haven't used them yet, but I like to just open them up. I like to just open them and just see all the pretty colors, and just how many there are. It's awesome. You see, now I'm pulling them out. I'm not going to use them. I'm just going to pull them out. There's just so much paint in here that I'm just so excited. I have some canvas. That I bought that's over there. But I'm just so excited to dive into these. And actually, for my next live stream, sorry, this was a mistake. For my next live stream, I'm going to do my color chart for these paints. Maybe not next week, but I certainly will in the future for sure, because I can't wait to try these out and show you how I do my color charts, because I think whatever medium that you're working in, you need to get a color chart going. Yeah, you need to get a color chart, and I'll show you an example here. This one's, yeah, here's my color chart for markers. I have all 144 colors of my Tria markers. This saves so much time and makes my life so easy that I require you. I require you to do this with whatever medium that you're working in. And I have a plan for how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it with my paints, because I have 48 colors plus white and black. So I have 50 colors. I'm going to do, let's see, I should do 150 then. Probably won't. I'm probably going to do 144 color swatches. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the base colors and do all 48 of those. And then I'm going to add 50% white and do all of those. And then add 50% black and do all of those. And then maybe on the side I'll do white and black. There's really no reason to do white and black because, well, what's the point? I know what white and black looks like. But yeah, color chart is super super helpful, and I require that you do it. You are required. Let's see. I've been rambling for a while. What did I miss in the chats? You know what product I do really want to try out is I have watercolor pencils. I've been wanting to use them again for a really long time. The last time I used them was a children's book that I illustrated last year or something, and they were just so fun to work with. They're super easy, but what I want to get is one of those aquash pencils or pens. It's like you fill it up, you squeeze it, you fill it up with water, and it has that like brush at the bottom, and you squeeze it to add water to it, and it's really great for watercolors. I've been wanting to get some of those, but gosh, there's so many great art things that I want to do and try out, and I have tons of projects planned. I have 2 just taped to my wall right now that I already have sketched, and I am going to be starting one of them this week, actually the large one. Each month I kind of plan out a big piece similar to the jaguar, the giraffe, the landscape, and then this month's actually going to have 2 if I can get to it. But I have collaborations that I'm doing, and so I'm trying to just get everything done. But there's only 5 days in the week that I post videos. So what really happens is that I run out of days of the week to post videos. So I end up having more videos than I can even post, because I have so many art projects that I'm trying to do. And I have a whole tutorial series on coloring hair that I'm trying to get done. So I kind of thought up a technique for coloring hair, and I've tested it out, and it's pretty much ideal. Have on the wall behind me that I can't get because I have my green screen down, but I have the video. It's like the anime pop art one or something like that, and I talk about the tutorial a bit in that video. But yeah, I have so many things that I want to do. It's so much. It's all just so fun. I want to get to it all. I'd love a sketchbook tour, especially since I'm using the tanned paper. It's spoiling me for other paper. I've never wanted to go back to white. Yeah, the toned paper. So I've done a sketchbook tour of this. If you check out last week's drawing journal, I go through it, and I went through it at the beginning of this video, but and I talk about each piece a little bit, but I only have I don't have very many pages left. Maybe I have like 20 pages left in this sketchbook, so I'm about halfway through actually. I think I've taken a few pages out of this. How many pages does it have? Does anybody see it? I don't see it. Oh, 50, real big right there. Yeah. So I've done about 25 or so, and I have about 20 left because I've torn out a few pages, just junk stuff. So yeah, if you want a tour of this sketchbook, this is the only sketchbook that I have right now. Actually, I lied. Let's see. I have this one. I have all this time, so I'm gonna pause and I'll go through this sketchbook. This is a very short sketchbook, so this is just some paper sheets that I've cut. This is, excuse me. So this is just a complete 100% practice random sketchbook. And there's a couple planned stuff in here as well that I'll show. So this is some inking practice, some random anime stuff. Here's some anime studies for head perspectives and things like that. So you have like 3/4 down, profile, super like steep down, kind of up, like straight on, sideways, yeah, all that stuff. Female, male, different facial expressions and different perspectives. Here's an original character that I created. Now I was doing an oil painting of this character. It's about 5 years old, the oil painting that I never completed. It has 5 characters on it, and it's one of the largest pieces that I've ever done. It's 48 inches by 36 inch panel oil painting that I never completed. I have the background like 80% done. Never even started working on the characters. It was taking so long. I was moving, and just now it just sits incomplete at my sister's house. But this is one of the characters. This is a different view of the characters, and I think it was Mara that was asking about tutorials or tips on drawing clothing. Like, this is a perfect example of creating clothing on top of a character. Goodness, you can tell this drawing is old. The proportions are just the proportions are realistic, but not anime. They're not bad, but they're a bit lanky. Yeah, a bit lanky. This is another character. This is supposed to be his sister, in my mind, the story behind this. And she's supposed to be like 11, 12, but the proportions are just wrong in every aspect. She does not have the proportions of an 11-year-old. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like it's 8 heads high, which is completely wrong. She looks super tall. She's supposed to be an 11-year-old girl. This kind of puts the two characters in perspective. Just a piggyback of his little sister that has incredibly way too long of legs for her to be 11. Here, since I didn't draw the rest of the body, she looks young. She's supposed to look young. Although proportionally, her face should be a bit smaller because for aging faces in anime, the eyes take up more, the mouth and the nose are closer together, that kind of thing. This is another character that I had drawn for the oil painting. This was me working on his hat and his hairstyle. I couldn't figure it out. And this I equaled to garbage. This is just another inking that I did of some random characters. Nothing too special here. Never used these characters in anything before. Another inking that I did. Let's see. Yeah. Another inking. I actually messed up a little bit. Had to use some white ink to help fix that. I don't even remember when I started this sketchbook. This was another inking. I traced this one onto a different piece of paper at some point, and I did a Copic marker, just a toned gray one. I bought the toned gray markers, and I had this drawing already in the sketchbook, and I was like, well, I don't want to use the Copic markers on this paper, so I decided to trace it onto a different piece of paper to test out the Copic markers. I have no idea where that drawing's at. A lot of my really old stuff is at my sister's house back in Ohio, because I couldn't really bring all that stuff here to Poland. I literally moved to Poland in 2 suitcases. Everything that I possibly could, all of my art stuff that I could fit, my camera, my computer, just everything. Um, I even brought my blender, which ended up breaking during the travel, which was really unfortunate. It was a Vitamix, so yeah, I sent that back to my sister. But yeah, the Copic marker drawing of this came out really awesome. This is another random inking. I have no idea where it came from. This was me working on facial expressions, different camera angles of the character. So one of the things that I've always struggled with when doing anime is making a character recognizable from different perspectives. And this was like the pinnacle of my work when, oh goodness, when was this? This had to have been 2011, maybe? So maybe 6 years ago? Maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I did this stuff. Another character, all these characters are connected really in the same story. This character, not this character, and her brother here. So they're all kind of like my original character designs and outfits. Same character, different pose here. This was just a quick inking to kind of get the hair and the face correct. I don't know why she looks so sad, but again, the proportions are a bit more realism as opposed to anime. This looks like 8 heads high, and it's a bit too realistically proportioned, which makes it, I don't know. I don't like it. That's the bottom line. Another random inking, just a inking practice. Geez, it's weird looking back at this. I got so much better at inking. This is so sloppy. There's so much line wobble. I inked all this stuff with a fountain pen, like dipping it in ink, dipping it in like ink like this, and using that kind of pen, which takes a lot more practice, by the way. So that's how I got the thickness of the lines, but oh goodness, it's so bad. I have so much better inking now than I used to. This was like a page of a manga that I was working on, and as you can see, I never finished it, but I had like the storyline. I had the first 3 panels created, and yeah, it went nowhere. I'm not much of a storyteller. That's the problem. I'm not much of a storyteller. Before I continue, let me check the chats really quick. Oh goodness, I think I missed a lot. Where did you ask about Sketchbook? It's some impressive charting. You have to do it with your Copics. You have to. You just do it. Trust me, you won't regret it. You will not regret it. It's so beneficial. There's no more test paper. No more test paper like, oh, is this the right color? Is this the right color? No more of that. I just look over here and I'm like, oh, I know what pencil I need, and I grab it. Oh, I know what marker I need, and I'll grab it. So you got to do a color chart. I know it's painful and it takes time. Trust me, you'll know how long it takes because, like I said, I will do my color chart for my paints live streaming from beginning to end, and then it's going to take a while. But you got to do it with the color chart, especially the Copic markers. The Copic markers, you have the benefit that Copic markers are ideal for doing color charts because with colored pencil, your hand's going to break off about 4 squares in. With paints, it's just tedious and long. But with markers, draw your lines in ink, just slap on some color. It's easy. We have mandatory art classes from first grade to high school. That doesn't sound too bad. I did not. I always did take art in high school, though. Actually, when I was in high school, I got my first commission. No, I lie. I got my first commission when I was in 7th grade. 7th grade, was that English class? Yeah. 7th grade English class, I got commissioned to draw a car. can't remember the name of the car that I drew, but yeah, for $7, commissioned for $7 in the 7th grade to draw a car. Yes. But the next time I got commissioned was in high school. I did a really large painting. I did was it 12 by 36? No, it wasn't that big. It was that it was, I think it was 18, yeah, it was 18 by 24 painting in high school for $20. Yeah. I was real cheap back then. No, $40. Yeah. That was my first big commission. Acrylic painting of this girl's brother playing football. That's what it was. I wonder if she still has that painting. Man, I'd love to see that painting now. Let's see. What else is here? What else? Oh, Claire from Black Summer Coloring. Hello, Claire. Yes, I did not. Thank you for the green screen compliment. Yeah, it took. Gosh, it was kind of painful to set it up, and to get the coloring stuff right. But thanks for checking it out. Yeah, I did not post any indication that I was live streaming today. I was not sure exactly how to set up the live stream event. I don't even know how it showed up in your subscription feed on YouTube. I was not quite sure how that all worked. This is all a big, huge, gigantic experiment. So yeah. Oh, Michelle, you're also from Ohio. I grew up in Tuscarawas County. So are you familiar with Tuscarawas County? T County, right off of 77. So you're about 3 hours away. I've only been to Cincinnati once. So yeah, and it was just driving through. I was coming from Illinois, but yeah. Camera just shut off, so let me fix that real quick. Anyways, continuing with the sketchbook tour. Yes, so all of my characters that I was going through with my sketchbook, this was kind of laying out the original painting that I was going to do. Oh yes, I'm glad that you could also make it. Yeah, I hope you have a good day off work. Have fun filming. I'm going to be streaming for a long time, so if you have something to do, then you'll probably be able to finish it and come back, and I'll still be here. Um, yeah, so this was kind of the original setup. Character poses, how I wanted to compose them on the painting when I started it. This is a drawing that I never finished. This was a short graphic novel that I was going to do, and as you can see, it never really got too far. This was one of the characters that was going to be in the graphic novel, and then this was a couple years ago. So many years kind of progressed after I got the sketchbook that I never really did finish it. Not quite. It's almost full, but this was me being bored at work. So when I left the Navy, I went right into school. I was just finishing up my associate's degree. Okay, so Coffee Cat said that she got notified on her phone of my live stream, so that's good. So does Lee. Notification on YouTube saying I would be streaming in 10 minutes. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Setting up the live event versus streaming now is like two different things that you can do on YouTube, so I wasn't quite sure how it was going to work. So I'm glad that you got notified. I tried to set it up and then like share it on Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that. So I'm super glad that you got notified. Anyway, so after I was about finished with my associate's degree, I started working at the hospital as a cook, and which is kind of funny because I'm vegan. If you guys didn't know, so no dairy products, no meat. I've been vegan for 8 years. Wow. And when I worked at the hospital as a cook, well, people at hospitals, they aren't vegan. Um, so one of the worst parts of the job was when I would have to come in and open the kitchen. And when you open the kitchen, there's a few things that you have to make. You have to make the breakfast cereal, which isn't bad, pancakes, which is also not bad, hash browns, which also isn't bad. But the other thing that you have to do is you have to make like 40 pounds of bacon. And even when I wasn't vegan, which feels like forever ago, I never liked bacon. And I know that like some of you might unfollow me right now for saying it. Never liked bacon. The smell of bacon is just death to me. I can't take it. It's just instant gag reflex. So that's one of the things I had to do as a cook at the hospital was cook like tons and tons of bacon every time I opened up, and I hated it. But sometimes it'd be really slow and boring. And this is a oven thermometer gauge, and I just kind of liked the shape of it, so I drew it. I had the sketchbook with me, and I drew it. And then I started doing some little Zen doodle things in the background. I don't know, just random stuff. This was a short character study that you can see went nowhere. So this was kind of a color scheme idea for my Beneath the Veil painting that I did. It was meant to have much more mathematical aspects to it. Some of my favorite equations that are going on here, like the equation for pi, or the summation of all the integers, and e to the I pi minus 1 equaling 0. I have the force here, and then I have some geometric shapes. But yeah, this was kind of the original design. It was going to be a bit brighter, although it's still super bright. But yeah, and then the gears and things like that. So this was kind of the original sketch idea. This was one. Okay, so this was my dragon girl sketch that I did a really long time ago. Also, it was colored by another YouTube artist. I did this way back ago. So this is, you can kind of get behind the scenes a bit here with my planning process. So this was like the first initial, just really dirty sketch, just like scribbling. And then from here, I took it to this. You can see the lines are a lot cleaner. I kind of get the character base really solid, and the composition. So I have the composition with this, and I even have it gridded off. And then some hairstyling a little bit. And then, yeah. And then from here, I went to just the final piece. Okay, so this is a goofy drawing. I have a couple of goofy drawings in here. So I don't really know the story of how this creation came about. But okay, so I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't say this date right. So I've been with my fiance for coming up on 3 years. Yeah, 3 years in August, which is, gosh, it feels like it went by so fast. It's crazy. But so the story of how we met. So I've shared this story before, but we met online through DeviantArt, through one of my friends here on YouTube, Import Autumn, and we contacted. She messaged me through DeviantArt, came over to my YouTube channel became a fan, liked my Facebook page. We started chatting, and this was really early on in my channel. Actually, my channel hadn't even been a year old at this point, so she was like not only like one of my first fans, but my biggest fan in the beginning. And I don't know how I came up with these characters, but for some reason we had conversations about cauliflower. Okay, now I know. Now I know. Okay, as many of you may have watched the narration that my fiance did a couple weeks ago for the cherry drawing that I did. She has the sweetest accent, right? That's not just me. She really does have that sweet of a voice. But because of her accent, of course, she says a few English words more adorable than others. And one of the words that I always made her say in the very beginning, like sometimes, like there's a few words, like if you have her say bear, squirrel, teeter-totter, or nanner. Okay, so banana is nanner. My dad always used to call them nanners when I was growing up. So I always asked her to say nanner because it was just like, it was adorable off the charts. The other thing, she always ate cauliflower and potatoes, like this kind of mixed up thing. I think it had onions too. It's super delicious. But I felt like she ate it all the time. So I made her the cauliflower and I'm the nanner. And so that's how these two characters like came into existence. And this was just like a doodle while I was like bored at school or something like that. And then I colored it in. Yeah, so that is the creation of this super weirdness. Yeah, that's that. This is a drawing of Anna's eyes. She has beautiful big green eyes. I didn't do too well. This is in Copic marker with some colored pencil. It could be better, but I did it. I think I did it from memory actually, so not too bad from memory. This is the infamous Anna herself. This is an anime version of my fiance, and I have to say that excuse me, this looks exactly like, this is exactly what she looks like. Yeah, so this is an anime version of her I did a couple years ago. This is Amy. This is kind of like if you were to have a relationship mascot, this is our relationship mascot. We've had this kind of like the word I'm looking for, imaginary pet Hammy. I have no idea where it came from. Maybe I asked her what her favorite animal was and she said hamster, but somehow I think that's wrong. I'm going to pay for this later because I don't know how long she's going to make it through this 4-hour, 5-hour live stream, but she's dedicated enough to make it all the way through, I can promise you that. So I'm probably going to have to pay for this later. But this was an original design of Hammy the hamster. And you can see the hearts and the cauliflower and the bananas. So yeah, she actually made a little Hammy out of polymer clay that I always had on my desk when I was in Seattle. I always sat on my computer. He's over there somewhere right now though. This is another Zen doodle thing that I did at work. Yeah, just random stuff, random lines, just weirdness. With a bit of Copic marker thrown in. I keep spitting on my sketchbook. This was going to be a painting. This was the original concept for my dismantled piece that I did. Thank you, Michelle. I'll let her know that you said that. Um, let's see what you might have a bit of hard time being vegan in Japan. So if you ever come here, make sure you're prepared. On the other hand, you could spend the money you don't spend on food on copics instead. Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Well, yeah, I've actually said a couple times that if I ever do get to Japan, that I might have to stop being vegan for like just the tiniest bit. Um, I say that, but honestly, I probably won't ever happen. I will eat veggie ramen for every meal if I have to, um, because it's just it's so much a part of me now that I can't even really think about not being vegan. But yeah, I've I would say the thing that I may miss. I don't miss it anymore. In fact, I don't miss anything to be honest with you. But I always thought that I have to have sushi in Japan. Sushi was always something that I loved to have. But getting back to the sketchbook, um, uh, this was the original design for the dismantled piece that I did that I ended up doing really different. The next page is going to be interesting. But I never did do it. I never did do it. It was going to be really, it was supposed to be really kind of a dramatic scene. It's going to be in a building that's just been destroyed with like tree coming out here and just like a kind of post-apocalyptic scene in the back with like a naked dude standing there. It's supposed to be me. As weird as that might, it sounds weird for me to say that, but kind of just reaching back with his hand, uh, waiting for like that person that's supposed to be there. This was like a really, really dark time in my life when I thought up this idea. Um, but I was kind of rescued. I was rescued by my now fiance. So last week, drawing journal, since it was my birthday the previous week, um, I shared the Blob story that my fiance made for my card and the history of the Blob story and how the Blob story came about. So I designed the blobs in the middle of math class. That's what they are. They're blobs. They don't have any distinguishable features. They all their name is Blob. Every blob is Blob, and um, yeah, it's weird. But I came up with it in the middle of math class because I was bored out of my mind, and this was a bit of more further development of the blob, the structure of the blob. I wanted the blob to have perfect three head proportion. That's what that came up. There's a reason I have that X'd out. There's a reason I have these ones X'd out. I just didn't like the way it was coming out. So this is the dismantled piece that I ended up doing. I used the blob. That's my blob proportion. And this is my original dismantled piece that I did in this sketchbook. In fact, somebody liked it so much that they ordered one for the Kickstarter pledge. They liked the dismantled piece so much that they wanted a print of it. And this was just a sketch in a sketchbook. So, yeah. Here's more blob development. And this is just some different poses. And more stories were going to come from the blobs, but they just developed into a yearly birthday card tradition that my fiance and I have. In fact, I should just go grab the other blob stories. Um, then this here is the beginning development of a gnome. Yeah, a gnome. So there was this competition that I entered into on DeviantArt. The only art competition that I've ever tried to do on DeviantArt, but I didn't have digital anything. I mean, I had Photoshop, but I didn't have any way to do digital art in Photoshop. So that's this beginning piece, and I did it in colored pencil, and of course it went nowhere. Yeah, so that's the beginning, and you can see it starts to develop. I start creating the head, the shape. I was kind of working with different head shapes, whether or not I wanted it like wide. This was like super wide. It's like kind of normal. Because I've never drawn a gnome before, so I didn't know what to do. I gave him locks like me. And I started to build his proportions, and then he needed to have a weapon featured, so I tried to make myself kind of into the gnome, where I have my logo here, and his weapon was going to be tape. Yeah, I know it's really stupid, but that was my original kind of like idea, just thrown in there. And then I was like, nah, his weapon can't literally be a roll of tape. It needs to be a little bit more weaponized. So I went with like this kind of tape. So this is like packing tape on like a big, huge, long pole. I don't know why you would want that as a weapon. But yeah, I went with this for a second. I was like, that's retarded. Then I took a break because I got some new pencils that I still like. I've never really used. I used it one time to draw this eyeball, but other than that, sorry, it's a bit shiny on me. Yeah, there you go. And that's pretty much all I used the pencils for this one time. But yeah, and then back to the gnome. So I kind of got the pose, the face. I was like, yes, that's the face I want. So I started working with it, drawing in different perspectives, kind of gave him a sweet beard, worked more with the pose and everything there. And then here's kind of like the final muscular structure, the face that I wanted, the beard, the hair, everything that I wanted was here. And then I went from here to the final piece, which is, well, I don't know where it's at this point. I'm pretty sure it's at my sister. Here's more blob stuff. I did have a very short, I think I have 4, maybe 5 videos, blob life videos on my channel. So if you go to my video section and you search blob, you should come up with like 4 videos titled Blob Life. And it's very short, like I think they're 20 or 30 seconds long, animations, blob animations, and they're kind of like life stories from early memories that actually happened, with the exception of the first one. The first one's kind of weird and just goofy. But yeah, these are some of the blob life stories that I had laid out. Some more drawing stuff. This banana here is probably like, okay, so there's this one video on my channel, how to get rid of artist block, or how to fix artist block, something with artist block or art block. No, I think it's artist block. But I made kind of like a comedy sketch video a while back ago, and this was the banana that I drew for that video. And it's just like a banana. But yeah, you can search that video too. It was fun. I don't even know what this nonsense here is. This is way super random. I have no idea where it came from. Many of you might recognize this. So this was my first sketch of the chibi this for Lisa of Lockery Fine Art. So this turned into this. This was the sketch. I wanted to make sure that it looked like her. That's very nice to hear, Lee. I'm glad that you enjoy listening to me. Thank you for letting me know. So this was the first sketch because I wanted to make sure that I had the features right, because I wanted it to look like her. But yeah. So that's where this came from. And then there was this other competition that I did for Draw with Jazza. He hosted a competition, and I didn't realize how biased that the competition was going to be judged by, because the only entries that were recognized were digital entries, and if I had known that, I would have done a digital piece instead. But I wanted it to be an original work that was done traditionally, because I like that. It's more fun for me to do the traditional work than the digital stuff, which is probably why I don't do a lot of digital stuff. And I only use the digital for planning. But this was my first design for that competition, was a polywag, a Venonat, Venowag, Polynat. I think I called it Polynat. But this was like my Pokemon mashup design. And I still kind of like this one the best. This is like my super deformed, super squishy and cute. And honestly, this needs to be a Pokemon because it's so adorable. I just wanted to make the eyes just like super big and just sad and cute. So that's what that is. But I ended up not going with the Polynat or the Bell Weedle Sprout thing. Instead, I started working on this design where originally it was going to be Ghastly and Arcanine, and so that's what this sketch was. Just kind of working with the colors, because the complement to purple is yellow, and so I was thinking, well, if I could incorporate a bit of yellow into Arcanine to complement the purple, then that would make for a really cool looking Pokemon. But it didn't happen. Instead, I continued to think and develop. I didn't like the pose either. It was more wolf-like, so I started with a wolf, and then, sorry, I need to clear my throat. One moment. There, that's much better. And then I went for a more lion look, and I kind of liked the lion face with the Arcanine kind of idea. So that's the route that I went, and I was still thinking more Ghastly, and yeah, I didn't like it. It just wasn't working. And then I just threw it out the window, and I was like, you know what? Pidgeot and Arcanine. A lion kind of wolf thing with wings and a sweet like hairdo. I was like, yes, that is perfect, with a huge mane and tail. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going. And then originally it was going to be with the cat doggish face, but then I went with, no, why not the bird beak? And so this was my final development stage with a bit of color thrown in. And so that's what I went with, and that's what I ended up drawing. But yeah, here's some chibi work. So this was the Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. As you can see, I was trying to work on the pose. I was like, oh, I'm going to have her pointing the gun at you, and then like, oh, you know what, I like this one. So that was just a few different developments before doing this here. So that's, yeah. I only needed to do that on this one and the one for Lisa. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Here's a few of the pages that I ripped out. So this was part of the video, Make Better Videos, and these are just blank pieces that I used to shoot the video. So that is the end of that sketchbook. This is the only sketchbook that I have for here in Poland. Not sure why I brought that one actually, but I have some other ones. I actually have a lot of sketchbook stuff, but it's all at my sister's. I don't have it here in Poland with me. Let's see. So this is what the figure is looking like without the harsh lighting. I think you can see that better now. Fit it in frame. Yeah, you can see the highlights are coming out. It's a bit more contrasty than it appears on screen, probably just because of video compression and that kind of thing. But I think a photograph of it would look nice. See, her shoulder here looks a little strong, and not so much in the original drawing. It's a bit contrasty. Anyways, so I'm gonna finally get back to drawing. It's 12 o'clock right now, so I've been drawing for quite some time. See, it only says an hour and 40 minutes, but I have a hard time thinking that's right. Because I started this at 9, my time. So it's been 3 hours. I mean, 9 plus 3 is still 12, right? So for me, it feels like 3 hours, but for some reason on YouTube, it's telling me only an hour and a half, which is wrong. I feel like I've been talking so much that my mouth is getting dry. I have no water here. Oh wait, you're welcome, Vic. I'm glad you liked that sketchbook tour. It was fun to talk about. I haven't really looked through that one in a little while, so it was fun to go through. Thanks for suggesting it. Yeah, I kind of got quiet there. Sorry about that. It was just I don't know. I feel like I've kind of reached that pinnacle of conversation. Um, oh, I know what I can talk about. So yesterday I edited the rest of the videos that I have for this week, which kind of upset my fiance a little bit. She kind of drives her nuts because I work so much. I do. I work a lot. Um, Hold on one second. Got to restart my camera. There we go. Yeah, I can't wait to change that camera. I didn't realize that it was going to do it every half hour uh, until I looked it up when I was trying to figure out how to set all this live streaming stuff up. But yeah, so yesterday I finished up the rest of the videos that I have scheduled for this week. Tomorrow actually will be, I think it's about a half hour long, if I'm not mistaken. It will be the full tutorial for the landscape that I did last week. It'll have the color palette, it will have the steps. I'll be explaining my process and all that fun stuff that people enjoy and whatnot. So that will be up tomorrow. I had that edited last week, scheduled, but Wednesday's video, I'm excited for. So I've kind of gotten into the landscapes a little bit with colored pencils. It's kind of been fun. Landscapes are, I'm not going to say that they're easy, but they are. If you can establish your color palette, then you just have the creation freedom is just so much easier than working with like real objects. It's like a tree can look, a lot of different ways, and if you just draw it kind of right, it's going to look like a tree to pretty much everybody. And if you use the right colors, then it's going to look like a good tree to everybody. But so yeah, I've kind of got into doing landscapes a little bit, especially after doing the fall landscape one that I did. So the tutorial for that. But on Wednesday, I'm going to have kind of a mountain landscape. Now, I mentioned in the video on Wednesday, because I did a short narration, and I did ask Anna to do the narration for Wednesday's video, but she was kind of tired, and I don't blame her. She works hard, but so she didn't do the narration for it. I ended up doing a short narration for it, and so I talk about kind of the inspiration behind the piece, but I'll just tell you now. You'll just end up hearing it twice. But so since I got paint, I just started watching like Bob Ross's old videos, and you got to know who Bob Ross is. I can't be the one to introduce you to that, but his techniques are just so fun to watch. His videos are fun. His paintings are great to watch come to life and stuff like that. So that's what kind of inspired the piece on Wednesday. I did the kind of a sunrise mountain scene. Very, very basic, nothing too complex. It only took like 40 minutes. And it only took 40 minutes because I had to pause my recordings because the mail came. And I live in a really tall building on the 10th floor, and we have a buzzer for the front door. And so I heard the buzzer, so I had to pause the video, let the person in. I came back. Well, actually, I didn't come back. I waited for them to come up in the elevator, and I got my paintbrush. They brought me one of my paintbrushes, so I got my paints whenever, but it was the carrier bringing my paintbrush. I'll get just one paintbrush. I had to order one paintbrush, and it was sent. And it's this liner here, this brush liner. And I opened it up, and it was broken. It was broken right here. There's no way you can see it. And so I super glued it. It's still a little crooked, but it's going to be usable. And I'm glad because it was like 4 pounds for this small, tiny little brush, and the bristles are already messed up, which is just but yeah, so they interrupted me during my recording process, and I'm still waiting on the other pack of brushes. Still waiting on my other brushes before I can start painting, because I can't do everything with a liner brush. Could you imagine? Oh, that would be terrible. That would be a fun YouTube challenge that nobody would participate in. Paint a painting using just a liner brush. Yeah, right. Nobody participate. Such a mess of a challenge. But yeah, I'm still waiting for my brushes. They were supposed to be sent. They were supposed to come to me 2 days ago. And I was a little concerned that they might come today during my live stream, in which case you would get to experience me getting the mail live. Because I would continue live streaming. I wouldn't stop it just to get the mail. I would talk really loudly too, so hopefully you could hear a little bit of my Polish. And by a little bit, I mean like this much. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy seeing how I've developed over the years. If I could get more of my old stuff, then you would really see how I developed. I think my earliest drawings that I still have. Actually, I think my sister has the book. So when I was in the 5th grade, we had to write a book. And I wrote a book called The Skateboard Scamper. Came up with the name because at the time I was playing Mario Party on 64. And there was a mini game on there called Skateboard Scamper. It was my favorite one. And so I wrote a book called The Skateboard Scamper. and it was about a skateboarding detective named Taki. And yeah, so my sister still has that book that I wrote and illustrated, and that's the first that's the first earliest drawing that I have. I wish that I had drawings from when I was in second grade. So when I was in second grade, that's when I started drawing. That's when I remember even the adults talking about my drawings. Because I was good for a second grader. So I would have been how old are second graders? 8 or 9? I think they're 8. I think I was 7 in first grade. But however old I was, yeah. Um, I have a story. I have a story. Glad I brought that up. So there was this one old drawing that I used to do all the time. It was kind of like this weird guy in a cup, like the Russian dolls thing. But it was a classical drawing or painting or something that really old and famous or something like that. For some reason, I just kept drawing it. But in the second grade, yeah, like I said, people started recognizing my artistic skills at that age. And I got in trouble. I got in trouble for one of my drawings. And even to this day, like I kind of want to smack the teachers that gave me detention. Yeah, that's right. I got detention for a drawing assignment that the art teacher gave us, and I did. I didn't do I didn't do anything like extreme or violent or anything weird. Nothing that you would send a child to therapy for. I didn't get sent to therapy, but I did get sent to detention. Um, but so the assignment was to do an underwater scene using watercolors and crayons. So when you mix watercolors with wax, the watercolor will just run right over the wax and it won't color that part of the paper. So you use a white crayon. Detention, okay, so detention in school for me was at that age, you go out for recess, you go outside for like a half hour or whatever to play. Detention is not getting to go outside and play. Instead, you have to sit in the library quietly for 40 minutes or whatever until everybody else comes back in. That's what detention is. Thanks for asking. I guess I just falsely assumed that everybody knows what detention is. But yes, so that's what I had to do. I had to sit in the library while everybody else went outside and had fun for this art assignment. And like I said, the art assignment was to take the white crayon, draw like a picture or something in white on white paper, and then use the watercolors over top of it to create like the water effect and things like that. And so what I did is I drew a mermaid. I was like, ooh, I'm going to draw a mermaid in my water scene. There was one other aspect to the assignment. So not only do we have to use the crayon wax, the watercolors to get that effect, but we also had these little sticky pad thingies that a double-sided stickiness. So you peel off one side, you stick it to the paper. It's raised up, and then you peel off the other side, and you can stick something to it. So people were like sticking fish to it, and they were sticking like little plants to it. They would draw a little plant and then cut it out, and they'd stick it there, and it would be three-dimensional. The artwork had to be three-dimensional. And so, like I said, everybody was doing fish and plants and things like that. I drew a mermaid, and I had plants drawn on the page and everything like that. However, I only used 2 of the sticky things. And I I don't know if anybody else drew a mermaid, but um, I am the only one that decided to put seashells on the two sticky things, and I put them on the mermaid as the bra. And it was the only three-dimensional part of my drawing was that my mermaid had really big boobs. And that was I got detention for it. I I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I still don't think there was anything wrong with it, but that's what I got detention for. The only three-dimensional aspect on my drawing was that the mermaid had big boobs, and they were so big that they had to stick off the page. But yeah, that's my story about art in the early stages. I guess that explains why I enjoyed drawing things like this so much. But yeah, it's always a fun story to tell. It makes me laugh even to this day. Makes me wish I could go back to those teachers and see if they remember me. Yep, I got detention for it. I promise you. I promise you, I'm not making that up. That story is 100% factually true. I don't remember anything else happening about that drawing. I think they may have called my dad. I don't remember that part though. It's been so long, but still fun. One of the things, somebody earlier asked me if I like to work small or big, and even though I still consider the drawings in here just like kind of fun sketches that I do, like it's hard to work. It's hard to get these kind of small details like really good when you work small, so that's why I kind of like to work big. Yeah, teacher could have been a little bit jealous, you know. All right, Michelle. Well, you have a good night. Thanks for coming to my first live stream and being so lovely. I will check out your giraffe drawing once I'm finished live streaming. Um, I'm getting kind of hungry, so I don't know if I'll make it all the way to 2 o'clock, but I hope everybody's okay with that. I've been on here for quite some time. Oh yes, indeed. If my teachers could just see me now. I have I have one teacher that's a fan of my work. My painting teacher from my first painting class in community college. My one of my favorite teachers for sure. She just loved my work. In fact, she liked my work so much in that first painting class that I never had to pay for a studio. So the live studio space that the school had, um, it was like I think it was like $140 a quarter. So for 10 weeks, it was it was about it was like $60 a month or so. Okay, I see you there, Claire. I hope you're having fun with the acrylics. I am going to be doing acrylics very soon. I so um, we'll have that in common. And for everybody else that's watching, Claire Black Summer Coloring there that just commented, we're going to be doing a collaboration uh, early early February. We haven't hammered out that date yet. I did get your email. I did get your email, by the way, Claire. So um, I will get back to you probably today, actually, as far as the exact day we should upload. I'm doing a Coffee with Friends collaboration um, with another artist um, that I have to do this week. I have to draw it this week, And it's going to be coming out probably February. I think we already established the date as February 7th, I think. But yeah, we'll get the date. Don't you worry. You can start it whenever you want, though. You know, no problem getting it done a little bit early. You can put the pressure on me. Make sure that I get it done. No, I'll do it for sure. And early February sounds good. That okay. And for those watching, you should definitely go check out Claire's channel. She has a great channel that you should go subscribe to and support. Probably not too long, she'll be doing live streaming as well. Right, Claire? You can be doing live streams. We can do live hangouts, you know, Google Hangouts. Speaking of collaborations, okay, we I want to do many collaborations. I would like to have a collaboration every month. And right now I have 3 in February, so no problem. So if you have like a favorite YouTube artist that I haven't mentioned or haven't done a collaboration with, hook me up. You know, I want to stick with artists that have some indication of being serious, where they upload pretty regularly. You don't have to upload as regularly as me. I know I'm kind of I'm much more than regular. I mean, 6 videos a week is quite a lot. So they don't have to be that extreme, but you know, at least a video a week, and have over at least 100 subscribers. Can't have 3 subscribers do a collaboration. It's not necessarily that it has to be beneficial to me. It has to be beneficial, just beneficial. For somebody that has no subscribers, it's not going to be any beneficial to them. I decided to do an outline for this here because it wasn't popping off the page as much as I wanted it to. And I think this adds like just enough to kind of bring it up off the page. And I know I'm spinning it around, but I need to make the lines nice and clean. I think I might leave that one alone though, because it's in the back. It kind of creates a nice perspective depth. Kind of gives it the depth it needs. Oh goodness, this drawing is coming along. These small details here on the knuckles, this is going to be just kind of like a messy. I'm just going to scribble it on there a bit. Okay, so you're asking about Canson Bristol paper. Okay, so I have never used Canson paper, so I can't tell you whether or not it's going to be good for portraits. The smoothness of paper, well, I imagine, I'm only guessing that you're using colored pencil, but for paper, paper is a personal preference, and I think I've mentioned it before. I like smooth paper. However, smooth paper may not be your best friend because you have to be precisionally accurate. If you're working on a softer paper, kind of like a watercolor paper, you're going to have a few benefits from that as opposed to working on a smoother paper. For instance, smoother paper does not like to be erased. You're going to have a bit harder time correcting mistakes on smoother paper than you would a softer paper. A softer paper is a bit more forgiving. A softer paper is going to give you a bit more layers to work with. So if you need to add a lot of layers, especially working with portraits, you might find yourself a bit limited working on a smooth paper. I like smooth paper though, and I do my portraits on relatively smooth paper, on vellum paper. So as far as smoothness, you kind of have you have vellum here, and then you have Bristol smooth, and then you have like Bristol plate, which is the smoothest. So the vellum would be, so if I was to add watercolor paper, so you have cold pressed watercolor paper down here at the bottom, and then you have watercolor hot pressed paper, which is just a bit smoother than the cold pressed. And then you have vellum paper above that, which is a bit smoother than the hot pressed watercolor paper. And then you have the Bristol smooth, which is even more smooth. And then the Bristol plate, which is pretty much the smoothest paper I think that you can get. I don't know of a smoother paper than the Bristol plate. And I have the Bristol plate. I have not worked with colored pencil on the Bristol plate. However, I do know that, what is her name? Oh, Heather Rooney. I hate the name drop, but I do know that she switched to using Bristol Smooth, Strathmore Bristol Smooth paper. It's weird that I remembered that. I don't watch her videos, but I did come across her supply list not too long ago, so it just kind of stuck with me. Yes, so those are kind of the positives and negatives of the paper that you choose. I recommend that you don't buy a lot of any paper until you know what paper you really like. And I usually work on the Stonehenge vellum paper. That is my favorite, kind of my favorite colored pencil paper at the moment. It's not too smooth. That's the thing. So it lets me get layers really easily, but it's still pretty smooth. It's like the smoothest rough paper. And yeah, so layers is not a problem whatsoever on that Bristol smooth paper, or the vellum paper, I'm sorry, the vellum paper. But I did do the giraffe on Bristol smooth paper, and I did really like it. However, I did notice a restriction with the layering. And the way that I worked around that is I actually used some of the brush and pencil textured fixative. So you're going to be working on, if you're going to be restricting your layering with the smoothness of paper, then you might just want to invest in a bit of the brush and pencil textured fixative, because it will save you in the darkest of smooth paper restriction. So you can check that stuff out. You know, I haven't drawn for 5 hours straight in quite some time. So this feels good. This feels good. It's since I've kind of turned my artwork into more of a job. Like, I wake up 6-7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm pretty much working until I feel like I'm done. Sometimes it's all the way into the evening with editing and all that fun stuff. But ever since I've kind of turned it into a job, and I have to think of it like a job, because I have to treat it like one. I have to go to work every day. I don't just get to be a bum in my bed. Um, I haven't really been able to get to those points where I can just sit there and draw and paint and stuff for hours and hours and hours and hours. I used to, I mean, when I was still in Seattle, so not even that long ago, I could sit down, I could draw for 12 straight hours. Like straight. Like, I mean, sit down and draw for 12 straight hours, no bathroom breaks, no eating, no nothing. No even like pausing and random thoughts and like sitting back in my chair kind of thing. I mean, like full focused 12 straight hours. And I haven't been able to do that in a while. Ever since I kind of turned it into a job. And I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, if I were to try to do that now, where, you know, I have all these projects and I want to get them done, I really do. But I need to pace myself. I need to pace myself because already, like, not that back in December actually, back in December, so just last month, I think I got sick like 3 times, like, and that's really 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 uncommon for me. I can usually know when I'm gonna get sick for the entire year, and it's at most twice a year. I That's for pretty much my entire life. I get sick twice a year. It's like clockwork, and it's only for like one day. Like, I will wake up, I might feel a little off, and then by noon, okay, I know it. I know I'm off, and so all I do, I wrap up, I sweat, I go to sleep, I wake up, and I'm 100%. And that's the most that I get sick. But back in just last month, I feel like I overworked myself just a couple weeks in a row, and I had that same like sick feeling. I wrapped myself up, I sweated it out, I woke up, and I was fine. But it's really uncommon. That only happens to me a couple times a year, and it happened 3 times within the span of a month, which is just super common. So it had to have been that I overworked myself. So it's really important that I just pace myself. I don't have to draw and paint for 12 straight hours anymore, because I can comfortably space out that time and get things done without overexerting myself and getting sick. Okay, so this is a great question from Anne. Is there some areas that I recognize that I need practice to get better at? Do you ever make decisions to especially practice those? For example, I now practice drawing without accurate reference photos to practice my imagination and kind of loosen up my drawings. Yes, I'm practicing right now. So for particular skills, so I mentioned it in a video a few weeks back. It was a drawing journal video, and I was talking about my tutorials that I do, and I have them all covered up behind me. But so I have all of those are practice to me. I'm doing these tutorials, and I titled the video "I'm a Liar." Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the video. I'm doing all these tutorials on my channel and stuff, and 90% of the time, I've never drawn this stuff. I've never drawn this stuff. I've never colored this stuff. I've never developed the techniques for this stuff. I'm just making it up. Just making it up. Every single one of them has been a practice to me, a very specific practice of, you know, whatever I'm drawing in the tutorial. And those are my conscious choices for what I practice. And some I use a reference photo, but I don't follow it like exactly. I make it up, make some of the stuff up. For instance, last week the white Labrador puppy, Like I had a reference photo for a white Labrador puppy, but it had a collar on it and stuff. It had a background. It had a tail that I removed because I thought it looked weird, and it made the perspective. I could hide the tail, and it made no difference. And so yeah, everything I do is kind of a practice. The landscape tutorial that's going to go up tomorrow. That was the first landscape I've ever done in colored pencil. I never tried to do a landscape in colored pencil, but I have a library of techniques that I repeat, and they are applicable whether I'm doing a portrait, whether I'm doing a landscape, whether I'm doing a movie scene like the Baby Groot drawing that I did a few weeks back. It seems like everything's just a few weeks back. I need to, yeah, whatever. But all of these techniques are something that I've developed in one piece like a long time ago, and I just kind of catalog it in my my library of colored pencil techniques, whether it's blending, layering, or texturizing. And I recall these techniques when it's necessary for the piece that I'm working on. So for the landscape, what you'll hear in the tutorial tomorrow is that grass is like adding fur to the earth. And the same technique that I use to create fur, for instance, the jaguar that I drew, the same, or the puppy that I drew last week, the same technique that I'm using for the fur is the same technique I decided in the moment to apply to the grass. Because aside from the color choice, the texture is really quite similar. And I understand that depending on the length and the flow of the fur of the animal determines your pencil stroke, direction, and the length. The grass is a short, tight fur. It's like a short, tight fur of an animal, and it slowly shifts around, and you have the same kind of shadowing effects that you get on the sides of animals with their bone structure and muscle structure and things like that. And I applied that same exact logic to the grass. And so that's what I do at this point. I have this category of techniques, and I just kind of pick and pull from them depending on what I'm working on. But yes, so every piece that I do is practice. Even my big pieces, like the giraffe and the jaguar, those were practice pieces as well. Everything's practice to me. So at my level, you already know how to draw. But is there some areas you deliberately practice some specific thing, like some specific color scheme? Oh, let's see. That's a good question. I can't say there is right now. However, I will be doing. And I said this already, but I will be doing a tutorial series coloring hair. I would say human hair, not animal hair. Animal hair is simple compared to like long, luxurious, pretty hair. So I'm going to be doing a series on all the different kinds of hair. I'm going to do blonde, red, black, brown, and I'm going to even go crazy and do a rainbow color. I'm going to take the technique library that I established. I already pre-established this technique. I developed this technique just last month, and I practiced it on two drawings, on two traditional drawings, and on two two digital drawings. So I developed this technique first digitally, and then I applied that same technique using markers traditionally, and now I'm going to take that same technique and apply it to colored pencils, and I'm going to do that sometime soon. I don't have, let's see here. So I'm doing, my main project for this week is to do a collaboration and get that done. I don't have a video for next Tuesday, which I need to have. And I have a large project here that I'm going to be doing a tutorial on mastering skin tones in colored pencil, because it's somewhat of a figure. I'll give you that hint. It's somewhat of a figure. It's going to be colored though. So I will have that coming up soon. Like I said, I think my scheduling is a bit off. I have too many ideas. Like I said, I have too many ideas, too many projects, and not enough days in the week. And I don't want to post on the weekends. There's two reasons I don't post on the weekends. The first reason is nobody is watching YouTube on weekends. The second reason is that I don't want to work on the weekends. If I'm going to be my own boss and stuff like that, I want to give myself the weekends off. I never do. I don't remember the last weekend that I didn't do some work. I'm always planning like the next tutorial or something crazy. Just always something. But I mean, for the most part, it doesn't feel like work. But yeah, I have so much stuff that I want to do, and yeah, I'll get there. The hair tutorial, I'm really looking forward to getting the hair tutorial out, because I feel like the tutorials is what's really growing my channel right now. A lot of people have been drawn to my channel in the past 4 months because of the tutorials I've been putting out. They've been super successful, and I used to get like, I think it was around 5,000 to 10,000 views a month, which, let's face it, is nothing. But for the past 4 months, it's been a really consistent 25,000 a month. So I've literally like 2.5 times my standard video views. I've grown that much. I used to get somewhere around 40 to 50 subscribers a month. So that's, about one a day. And on a good day, I get like 2. But at this point, for 5 straight months, I have been getting consistently over 300 new subscribers a month, anywhere between 300 and 400. Right now, I can look, and it's 392 for the past 30 days, which is just phenomenal. My channel has been growing very consistently, which is great, and I owe it to doing these tutorials. I think the tutorials is really what's driven a lot of people to my channel. I think a lot of people kind of like the style that I do my tutorials in. I try to be really articulate and explain it the most basic way. My fiance pointed something out to me the other day where maybe I should try to dumb down my tutorials, because there's techniques and there's things that I'm doing I don't think about that other people might not be able to recognize, because and I never really gave that much thought. I feel like I kind of break the tutorials down to the best of my ability to make sure that they're digestible for any level of artist. One of the things I never really did was drawing tutorials. I never did like the basic drawing tutorials, because I don't think about it much. Like drawing this figure, or drawing the puppy. For the narrated tutorial of the puppy, I did actually do the drawing part and kind of talk about the actual drawing part. Aside from the drawing anime tutorial that I did, I haven't really dived too much into detail on how I draw. But the how to draw anime tutorial was definitely the technique that I use. I used to use the gridding method, but got sick and tired of drawing all these lines and then erasing them, drawing them, and erasing them. And you have to be really careful when you're using the grid because, if you get your measurement wrong and your line is a little bit lopsided, then all of a sudden you have some like weird goofy eye, some Picasso eye coming down, the face. So, yeah. Now for drawing, I used a series of landmarks and anchor points that I discuss in my drawing anime tutorial. Okay, so does it matter so much if people see your videos right away when you post it or whether they see it a few days later? Does Google, YouTube Analytics, or something other promote you better and some days better? Okay, so what Google Analytics has told us as video creators, and I've done a lot of research on this when I started, taking YouTube a bit more seriously. Google Analytics can tell us a lot of things, and one of the first things that it will tell you is that people watch more videos during the week, and depending on the country that you're living in, but in the United States is the biggest viewer of YouTube. That's where you want to kind of, if you're English speaking channel, your general focus should be in the United States because that's where most of the viewership is coming from. Not to mention ad and things like that, generally based there. But the overall viewership comes kind of Tuesday and Thursday. Those are kind of my favorite days. Tuesday and Thursday are kind of my favorite days. And it around noon. So during the week, around noon is the viewership. If you want to check specifically your channel, you can do that in analytics, and you can check to see what time of day people are viewing your videos most. Now, since I've moved to Poland, and since my channel has been growing, I've noticed a larger European audience coming to my videos. So now I have kind of a balanced viewership. I have my US fans and I have my European fans, and because the time difference is so is far enough apart, all the way on the west coast of the United States to the furthest Eastern European viewership. For instance, Poland and Germany I'm pretty popular in Poland and Germany. They kind of balance each other out. So no matter what, whether I'm posting as long as I'm posting Monday through Friday, my videos kind of get a nice balanced viewership from beginning to end of the day at this point. But I still have a general trend. My viewers tend to be watching around noon US time, which is kind of changes, but I would like to share my videos around 3 p.m. my time, but by that time I want to take a break. I want to get some food. My fiance is going to be coming home from work in a couple hours, so I make dinner, and so I post in the morning, 6 o'clock a.m. Central European time, which is midnight New York time. The reason I do that is because those viewers my videos are going to be the first in their subscription feed because it's the very first next day. It's the hour of the first day. So that's what I've kind of stuck to for a long time. And though the decision is kind of small, you can play around with the time. But getting back to your question, for me personally, it doesn't matter whether people watch the video right away. Honestly, it does feel good when I post a video and it's already to 100 views before noon. That doesn't happen often. Usually, it does. Most of the time, it gets over 100 within 12 hours. That's pretty consistent for my channel at the size that my channel is. And then it depends on the video. Like some videos do better than others based on the content, which is obvious. People like my tutorials much better than my other videos, so those generally get watched a lot more. And my drawing journals. One of the things, I actually just made this comment to my fiance yesterday. For the past month, my drawing journal videos have become quite popular. In the beginning, like 10, 15 views. I mean, granted, that was like 2 years ago, and I only had like 1,000 subscribers. But they weren't too popular. I wasn't sure why they weren't too popular. I mean, one of the reasons is I did not have the 2-camera setup. But yeah, my drawing journal videos have started to get a bit more popular. And so I'm hoping that the live stream is also equally as popular. I mean, I'm sure people aren't going to be sitting through and watching all 4 hours of my video. And I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not going to take offense. It's a lot less about for me, the live streams are a lot less about the overall viewing that occurs after the video's been posted, because once I stop this live stream, it's going to upload right to YouTube, or it's going to be there uploaded. It's going to process, and then it will just look like a regular uploaded video, and it will say streamed, a couple hours ago or whatnot. And people are going to see that it's like 4 hours, 5 hours long. And, they might watch like a half hour or something like that, but I can't imagine there's going to be too many people that watch it from beginning to end, as entertaining as I am. So I'm not looking for a huge viewership post upload for these. More the interaction. It's more important about the interaction that I get to have, because I want to do these live streams and tutorials, like paint along, draw along, color along kind of tutorial things. That's what I really want to get into. So moving on to the other part of your question, do I think it's more about the day or time you post? Yes, I think it's more about the time. Right? Day or time. It's a combination of both. It's a combination of the day and time. Okay, so if you're going to post, I definitely recommend doing it Monday through Friday. Like, one of my favorite days has always been Thursday. For some reason, midweek after Wednesday, Thursday just has a kind of a spike in YouTube overall. So Thursday is always kind of like my favorite day. But Tuesday is also a good day. I like Tuesdays, I like Thursdays. But time of day, yes. What I would recommend you do is go into your YouTube analytics and look at the time of day people are watching your videos. The most viewership times during the day for your channel specifically. Find that time, and then that's when you want to upload. You want to upload, say the spike in viewership for your channel happens around 11 o'clock in the morning to like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So upload your video at 11 or noon, and what that will do The reason that's beneficial is because, like some of you said that you got the notification like on your phone or your subscription or something like that for this live stream today. Um, when that viewer is logging into YouTube or whatever, they're up about, they're doing their day, and they take that time during the noon, like maybe a lunch break or something, where they are viewing your videos, then they'll be notified, like, hey, new video is uploaded or whatnot, right when they're looking to start viewing. So that might help spike your views a little bit in the beginning. And it's always good to have the spike in the beginning because as you know your channel grows, that will help YouTube kind of cross promote your videos. It will show up in the suggested feed if the spike in viewership is like real quick right after it's been uploaded. So it's a combination of both the day and the time. But noon is always a good time for uploads. But I don't know. I've kind of gotten a schedule with mine, and the reason I like mine at 6 a.m. It's right when I'm waking up. I wake up and then I promote my video. I post it on Twitter and Facebook and all that stuff. I do all that stuff like right after I wake up when I'm still, getting the sleepy out of my eye and drinking my tea. That's when I do all the social media stuff and posting and emailing and responding to comments on my channel and things like that. Because it gives me, an hour, 2 hours to kind of wake up and get set up, and then I do all the work. Like today's video started at 9. I did all that stuff before 9, and then 9 o'clock is usually when I start recording my drawing journal in the first place before editing. But the drawing journal has been doing good, even though I've been posting it at noon. It'd be noon my time, so maybe the European viewership for my drawing journal has helped create interest in that kind of video. That's really the best advice I can give you as far as time of day and things like that. Hopefully that was somewhat helpful. I mean, I'm still figuring all this stuff out as well. It's not an exact science, I guess you could say. It's kind of a trial and error thing. Because that's all this great adventure has been for me. It's just trial and error, working on some of the videos that I spent the most time on are the least watched. And the videos that I spend no time on are the most watched. Kind of drives me nuts. Yeah, kind of drives me nuts. Like, you think of one in particular. My Beneath the Veil painting, it's one of my early popular videos. But it didn't really bring in much as far as viewership and subscribers. Then there's this one drawing journal that I did, and I still get comments on it. I did this drawing journal over a year ago. I'm pretty sure it was over a year ago. And it was the fine color marker review. And I just tear these markers apart in this video. And it's informal review. I was going to do like an authentic review video like I've done for a few products. But for the fine color marker review, I started working with them, and they were so terrible that I didn't want to do a video. So I just did a drawing journal and talked about how freaking bad they were. And it is 10,000 views strong, and it just drives me nuts. Because I still get comments on the video, and it's like, and I even added annotations to the video telling people stop watching this video, go to this video. I found better markers. They're cheap. They work great. These markers are garbage. don't buy them. First, like 10-15 seconds of the video, I have a big old annotation on the screen that says stop watching the video. But there's still diehard fans of the fine color markers, and I I wouldn't give those markers to my worst enemy. Um, they're just so terrible. They're a terrible introductory marker, and here I am talking about how bad they are again. uh, but yeah, that video, never in a million years would I have thought that it would be as popular as it is. I mean, yeah, it's a year, it is so old, so it has plenty of time to get views, but it's been shared like 100 times or something like that. And I've gotten quite a bit of new subscribers from it, so they're not bad. But I have some, negative comments like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. These markers are fine, and blah blah blah. No, they're not. The markers are not fine. Don't waste your money on them. People complaining about my the way that I reviewed them and blah blah blah, but I didn't really review them. I just called it. It was basically an unofficial review. But I had some people that hated my review of the markers, but they saw my artwork at the end and they were like, oh, well, he doesn't hate the markers because he can't draw. He hates the markers because they suck. And I got some subscribers from the video. But then there's other videos that I spend a tremendous amount of time on. And it's just like, nope, nobody's interested. I kind of missed the boom of artists on YouTube. It's a bit tougher out there now. But YouTube has been making some changes that I think is going to be beneficial to artists. We can see artists have the benefit of being able to create long videos because of what we're doing, in videos that people will be interested in doing and in watching, like tutorials and things like that. People love tutorials. If you're not unboxing something, then teach somebody something and you'll do okay on YouTube. Just takes a bit of time. Or you can just, swing for the fence and just go political. I consider doing a little bit of politics. Camera is driving me nuts. I consider doing a little bit of politicking on my channel, but I did a touch of it, and yeah, it didn't hurt anything, but it didn't do anything either. So politics aside, that's not my channel. Because the drawing journal has always been kind of a personal thing, and so talk about politics, whatever. If I wanted to, I could, but I don't think that would be as relaxing as some of you have said that might be. It's one of the comments that I've been receiving a lot now that you asked that question, Anne. I've been getting a lot of comments the past couple months or so about my voice, like being nice to listen to, and not just like guys and girls have been commenting on my videos, mentioning the soothingness of my voice. And I would have never guessed in a million years that I'd get a compliment on the sound of my voice. My fiance loves my voice, and I didn't think that it'd really go beyond that simple compliment. So I appreciate uh, everybody's compliment on my voice. And as far as I strongly considered the idea of reading books, or doing some kind of reading or something like that, or telling stories, writing stories, and then kind of having maybe if I were to draw a piece or something like that and write a backstory for it, maybe like a 15-20 minute story, and just read the story as the video goes along. Okay, well, are you gonna write the story for me? Um, I don't know. I've never really felt like a good storyteller, and this is kind of the reason I've never really done comics all that much. But you give me confidence. Maybe I can come up with something. Maybe I'll try it. Try it. I can't tell you when I'll try it, but the piece that the big piece that I have hanging up over here that I keep pointing at and that nobody can see. Um, it doesn't necessarily have a story to it. It has an inspiration. Um, I'm reading the comments. I'm not sure what you. Oh, okay. I wouldn't like your writing. Um, but the piece that I have planned doesn't necessarily have a story. It has an inspiration that kind of has a deep story. Ghost in the Shell. It's inspired by Ghost in the Shell, which is one of my all-time favorite animes. It's the first anime that I was introduced to. A lot of people was like Dragon Ball Z or Pokemon or Sailor Moon. Oh, those weren't my first. My first was Ghost in the Shell, Conan the Detective, Lupin the Third. Uh, oh my goodness. Nope, I can't. I can't move on. I can't move on until I remember the name of this. Lupin the Third and oh my, get this. I cannot possibly forget. Cowboy Bebop. Goodness. Oh, that would have been a tragedy. Oh my gosh, that would have been awful. I would have been sitting here for the next hour. Actually, I would have just Googled it, but yes, Cowboy Bebop. Those were my introductory animes, the good ones. Um, so yeah, the next piece that I'm going to be doing is inspired by Ghost in the Shell, specifically Laughing Man. Just in case you know anything about Ghost in the Shell. Let's see. It might get hits also because people would like to come listen that story you're telling while you draw. Yeah, you know what? It's a brilliant idea. I think it's a brilliant idea. So many people have made comments on my voice that I think there is some potential there, and there's plenty of artists on YouTube. There is no drought of artists. It's a bit oversaturated, to be honest with you. A lot of really great artists, um, but I think that one of the things that helps artists on YouTube is doing the narrations for their videos and things like that. But I really like your story idea. I think that could be I think that could be really really good actually. You should have emailed this to me in private. Now everybody knows it. Oh, there we go. Lee checked out Anne and Claire's work. Um, that's very nice of you, Lee. I'm glad that you enjoyed their work. They, um, that's cool. That's exactly what am. I like to see in the comments is other people checking out other people's work, supporting each other. That's what I've always wanted to do with my channel is kind of create like a community of artists that respect each other's work, both professionally and diversely, and supporting each other. Like that's what it takes to be a successful artist on YouTube, is having that community that interacts, supports each other, cross promotes each other, helps each other grow. There is no greater benefit to each other's channel than sharing the audience. Like if I were to try to hoard the audience, like, not promote or talk about anybody else's art channels, like pretend like nobody's channel exists, that wouldn't do me any good. It's not like the people that enjoy my channel can't go watch other YouTube artists, like they're cheating on my channel or something. So I've always been a big proponent for, cross promotion and sharing other people's work. I always enjoy that. That's why I like doing collaborations and things like that. I haven't done much like art challenges, because art challenges, there's a drawback to art challenges. Usually it doesn't produce work that you can sell or anything like that. It's usually just kind of like a challenge that see if you can create something. And usually what you create is not the kind of work that you want to be associated with, or is sellable. Whether it's like not archivable, like it will last very long, it will fade or something like that. But collaboration's a whole nother thing. Yes, needing voiceovers. That's definitely a good thing. The music ones have less views. Yeah, that I don't know if I've looked, like my videos. Since I upload so many of them. I only have like a feed of like 10 of my latest uploads that I ever really look. Sometimes I'll go back and see how like older videos are doing, but yeah, the voiceover ones, they have, not only do they normally have more views, they have more minutes watched, which is actually much more important than the viewership of it. If you have 10,000 views on it, and I mentioned this before, if you have 10,000 views on a 1 minute video, that's worth a lot less than, say, 1,000 views on 10 minutes or on 20 minutes worth of video, because you have 20,000 minutes watched versus just 10,000 minutes watched. And YouTube is less concerned about views than they are about minutes watched. They made this change, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something like that, where it used to be in your dashboard on YouTube, it used to be views, subscribers, and then like the money that you make. But now they added minutes watched, and guess what's at the top? It's minutes watched, views, and then subscribers. They want the minutes. That's what the companies are paying for, as far as like the ads and stuff that they get to run on people's channel. They're looking for the people watching a lot of time. They want people watching your videos for a long time. So when you do the voiceovers, you get people watching the video longer. I mean, I don't know how many people have already told me that they skip ahead when they notice the video. They click on the video because they want to see the artwork, they want to see the process. But when it's just music, they just skip ahead. They don't want to listen to the music. The music is not something that they are clicking on the video to listen to. They are clicking on the video to see the artwork. So when you add the narration, which I recently started doing in all of my videos, I need to just start doing it for my chibis as well. Maybe people like those videos a bit more. But it's definitely a must. And also when it comes to adding the voiceovers, you want you want your audio quality to also be good. Um, and it takes practice just to get the good audio quality. The microphone that I'm using right now is a Blue Yeti Snowball microphone. I think it was like 40 pounds on Amazon UK, so relatively cheap for the audio quality that I have right now. Now I know that my audio quality right now could be a lot better um, because the building that I live in is all cement. The echo in this room is terrible. It is so bad, and that picks up when I'm recording. Right now, like I have some audio filters on my microphone in OBS while I'm doing this live stream to help kind of counterbalance that echo a little bit, kind of deaden it. But I'm also talking a bit quieter so it doesn't echo too much. But I really need to figure out some way to like block myself in. I was thinking about like hanging blankets or something up around me so that it traps the sound of my voice and it doesn't echo off the walls so much. So when you do your voiceovers, you can get away with pretty cheap USB microphone. You literally just plug it into your computer and you get really nice compressed audio vocals. Um, and yeah, you gotta, if you're gonna do voiceovers, you want to make sure that it's capturing your voice nicely. You don't want it to sound harsh. And I mean, there's some people are going to be limited, obviously, with their audio quality for some time, and also with their editing program. Um, uh, their editing program, like I use Final Cut Pro 10, um, and I have a lot of audio editing control and plugins that I use in that system. And I have a background in audio recording because I play guitar. Play guitar. I have a couple videos on my channel. Some of you may not even know. But yeah, I have a few videos of me playing guitar on this channel. Um, so I'm familiar with audio editing and making sure that it sounds good. And I don't spend as much time as I probably should, but I spend as much time as I have to make sure that my audio is good. And if you're not sure how to edit audio, whatever audio program or whatever video editing program that you're using to add your voiceovers, just check out YouTube for some tutorials and things like that. And you can usually find some pretty good resources as far as editing your audio to make sure that it sounds good. Here's a look at this drawing without shadows. So this is starting to come along. You can see that the skin, the texture on the skin, because I'm working really slowly, it's starting to get nice and smooth, looking smoother than the rough texture of the paper and then it's here. But it's looking like so far. I love this color. Gosh, I love this color. It's a little bit more yellow in the video than it is in real life. But yeah. Yeah, that's a good criteria. So Claire Black Summer Coloring has said that one of her criteria for collaborations is that the artist she's collaborating with does a voiceover. Yeah, that's a good criteria to have. I think that that of people don't ask me a lot. Actually, people don't ask me a lot for collaborations, which is kind of disappointing. I'd like to do more collaborations, but I'm kind of glad there's not a lot of people asking me because I don't want to have to turn down people. You know, when I get an enthusiastic young um, artist, you know, that has 12 whole subscribers on their YouTube channel, and 4 of them are their own channel. Um, you know, I don't want to have to say no. I don't ever want to have to discourage somebody in any way. But the unfortunate thing is that you're going to have to. Uh, People are going to have to feel empowered rather than discouraged by constructive criticism. So yeah, sometimes you gotta have to set criteria, and that's not a bad criteria to have. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I've got a couple comments about doing voiceovers, but having a difficult time speaking fluent. Um, I imagine that you're referring to doing voiceovers in English. Um, yes, yes. Eddie has asked me to do a collaboration. She did mention in her email that she was encouraged by both you and Christina, which I'm grateful for. I I wish I had more time to watch everybody's video. I think I've watched a couple of her videos, um, and I have to go back and look at some of her videos uh, to see if I'll do the collaboration with her. I'll probably do a collaboration with her. I'm not saying yes, but I'm certainly not saying no. Saying it's a strong maybe. I just have to go back and look at things, and but I think I do notice that her videos are regular, so that's more than enough reason that I would be happy to do a collaboration with her. Um, but yeah, uh, there's a lot of reading in the comments. Yeah, I will probably do a collaboration with Eddie. Just confirm it with her later. But I got the email like last night or something like that. I had just read it and I just hadn't responded yet. Yeah, there's no reason for her to feel like she couldn't ask me. I have an open door policy. Ask me anything. Could somebody could somebody give me a quick update? How many people do we have watching the live stream right now? Because I for some reason I can't find the number. Just curious. Got 7. All right, that's cool. Thanks. Thank you for letting me know. It's coming up. It's 1:30 right now, so I'll probably be I'll probably be jumping off here in the next half hour or so. So if you have any last minute questions, um, yeah, okay. Thanks for confirming her consistency. I feel like I notice that she uploads consistently. I just haven't uh, quite caught up with all of my subscriptions. I mean, I'm mostly subscribed to artists. I have a couple news channels that I subscribe to, but for the most part, just subscribe to artists. Watch videos for inspiration and stuff like that. I run out of time to watch, and I run out of time to leave comments on the videos I really enjoy. Sometimes I just have to say, great video, I enjoyed watching, just to let you know. I was gonna do, speaking of swapping line art, I had a I had a collaboration that I was gonna swap line art, like we were gonna mail it to each other's place, um, but just it didn't work out. I have the line art. Not only do I have the line art, but I have the video of me drawing the line art. Um, so I think it's meant to be done with watercolors, and since I haven't used my watercolor pencils in a while, maybe I'll just fiddle around with it sometime. I'll just pull it out on one of the live streams or something like that. And maybe that's what I'll work on. Something. I don't know. Just a thought. So I think this piece is starting to come to life a little bit. Um, I like the way it's coming out. I really like the structure of it. I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna do a little bit of shadowing down here just to kind of put it in the scene a bit more. Kind of something like this. I will probably finish this up for, I don't know, just maybe if I'm doodling around sometime later this week, I might just finish this drawing up. And then I'll have something different for next Monday's live stream. But goodness, this has been this. I was so excited to do this today, and I didn't really tell anybody that. Actually, I don't know if anybody that knew I was live streaming today. Um, but I'm super excited about it, and I have some things coming in the mail so that I can make this setup a little bit better, because right now the camera kind of weird angle on the paper. But hopefully by next week, I will have my my final setup. I'll have my final setup, and you'll be able to see the drawing a bit better. But either way, this was super fun, and I'm incredibly grateful for everybody that came over to the live stream and just hung out and chatted and asked me questions. I mean, you made this live stream fun, and it's been 4.5 hours now, and gosh, I feel like I feel like I could go maybe, I don't know, another 2 hours, I think, if I got up and stretched a bit. But it's been great. I've had so much fun with this live stream. Yeah, I always missed Lisa's live streams as well, and I always had to watch them not live, which it's not the same because you don't get to ask her questions and things like that, and her respond. And um, I'm thinking, okay, I'm thinking, uh, I'm thinking about doing a live stream every day for a month. Would that be would that be too much? I was thinking, like, some people have like the Inktober thing that I didn't do anything for Inktober, but like those 30-day challenge kind of things, live streaming for a whole month. Just no tutorials, no big projects or anything like that. Just like live streaming. I would do whatever project I would have like usually planned, I would just do it live from beginning to end. And I would just work on it every day. I probably wouldn't. Not too much? Too much? I think it would kind of be fun. Yeah, like a month of live streaming. Um, I don't know. It wouldn't be the month of February. It'd be like March, something like that. In fact, I can't do it for the month of February because I'm actually leaving. Um, I'm gonna be going back to London for a couple days in February. So I wouldn't be able to do it every day in February. But I don't know if I would do 4 hours or 5 hours of live streams every day for a month. But yeah, maybe a couple hours, sit down, just live stream the project, do everyday live streams. I thought like maybe like sometimes I run out of time, sometimes I overwork myself, sometimes like I have to cut a video for the week. Like I haven't done. Wait, have I done this? No, this week Thursday I don't have a video. Shorter live streams might be better. Um, I have to walk the dog. Thanks. Yep. Thanks, Lee, for checking it out. And I'll see you next time. Um, I don't have a chibi for this week yet. I don't think. Did I thought I shared this one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I shared this video. That was last Thursday. Goodness, I can't keep track of them. Uh, Alexandra, welcome to the live stream. Uh, so there's you got 20 minutes left. That's not the end. I mean, I've only been doing it for 4.5 hours. Uh, do 1 week of live streams. I can do that. I think that would be good. I'll try 1 week of live streams. Maybe I'll even do that in February when I get back from London. Um, uh, every day is not too much. Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Oh, hold on. I gotta reset my camera. It's doing its thing again. There we go. Yeah, but I don't know. It's been so much fun. I could probably do a whole month of it and not bat an eye. Maybe I'll just turn my channel into a live stream channel. No, I'm kidding. I still enjoy doing the more intricate time lapses and things like that. But one of the things that I like when I mentioned Jeff Lafferty the way beginning, hours and hours ago, because he's one of the artists that I really enjoy watching on YouTube, and he he had a daily live stream. It was usually like an hour to 2 hour long live stream, and it was like a Google Hangout style with like multiple artists, called the Artcasters. You should probably check that out. But it's a lot of fun to interact with multiple artists while they're working, and then have the live chat to interact with people. Yeah, that was awesome. I loved it. It was like a daily Monday through Friday show. Now it's just a weekly thing. It's still awesome to watch, but man, when it was 5 days a week, it was awesome. But one of the problems they said that they had was that they like run out of things to talk about, and I can imagine daily doing it daily and running out of things to talk about. But this has been incredibly fun. This was so much more fun than what uh, I anticipated. You know, I always have like that realistic worry voice in the back of my mind, like, is anybody going to be awake? Is anybody going to, you know, participate? Am I going to get anybody in the chats? And it's been like perfect. It's been perfect. Absolutely fantastic. I don't feel like I've quite ran out of things to ramble on about. I've had some really great questions throughout this live stream about all kinds of fun stuff, all kinds of art related stuff. So, gosh, I'm just extremely grateful for everybody that came out and watched the live stream. It's just been so much fun. Um, I have a hard time. Uh, I have a hard time waiting until Monday, till next Monday, till I do my next live stream. Um, but if I don't get a chibi video for this Thursday, then maybe I'll just, maybe I'll just set up and do a live stream again Thursday, maybe a shorter one, or maybe I will do a live stream of me doing the chibi. So maybe Thursday I'll just do the chibi this live stream. And what do you think? Got about 20 minutes left. You can. I'll do like a how I do this chibi this live stream, like how I go about it and plan it. I was not quite sure what I was going to make a chibi of for the next video. I was actually thinking about doing Sailor Moon because somebody had suggested Sailor Moon, and I thought that was a pretty good idea. It's a popular one. I don't know any movies that a short one tomorrow. Well, I would do a short one tomorrow, but I already have a video coming out tomorrow that will be uploaded. I don't want to compete with my own video. You know what I mean? So I don't want to upload two in the same day. I've done it before, but I don't want to compete with that video. I put a lot of work into the video. It's already a half hour long anyway, so um, maybe Thursday. So maybe Thursday. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I will do that. So I'll hold off on the chibi, and I'll just give you like behind the scenes kind of look at how I do it, my planning process, and everything like that. I don't know if you're how aware you are of like how small my chibis are. So they're this big. So just to put that into perspective, they're teeny tiny. They usually take me about a half hour to do from all the way beginning to end, filming it and coloring it and stuff. Um, but yeah, I think that would be fun. So I'll schedule it. I'll put it out maybe tomorrow or something. I'll do a live chibi this, and kind of just talk you through the process that I go through, I guess. This drawing is, I think this is about done for the drawing journal sketch. Let me get a good look at it. I think that it's pretty solid. Maybe I'll touch it up later or something if I see something, but I like it. I kind of want to add a bit of a shadow, kind of a vignetting shadow here. So I'm going to just do a really light layer for the last few minutes of uh, this video. The Lemon Snicket character. I don't think I've ever heard of Lemony Snicket. I'll have to Google that. I It sounds familiar, but I have no idea what it is. But I could always Google it and do a chibi of Lemony Snicket. Is Lemony Snicket the name of a show and there's a character, or is it Lemony Snicket the name of the character? Oh, Thursday, yeah. Lisa and I, Thursday live streams. I would be in the early morning and she would be in the evening. You know, um, I'm going to reach out to a couple of the other artists, like Ryan O'Rourke, Lisa, uh, and Sheldy in Fine Art. I'm sure most of you that watch my videos are aware of those artists. Um, but I would like to do kind of a Google Hangout, like artists, like live stream together with one or all of them, just to just hang out, maybe draw, answer some of your guys' questions. Gosh, that would be awesome. That would just be the coolest thing. I will make a post, and because we're kind of on a group on Facebook, just us artists, and so we have a way to connect with just each other. There was a movie out years ago with Jim Carrey, a series of unfortunate events. Oh yeah, okay, I remember that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, still don't know who Lemony Snicket is, but I do remember that Jim Carrey movie. I will pass the idea along of doing a live stream with Lisa, uh, and maybe Ryan or Sheldine. I think that would be just fantastic. It would be awesome. It'd be a great way to cross promote. I know Lisa has a much larger audience, but I think she'd be willing to do that. Okay, so right now, Lemony Snicket seems to be the character of choice for a chibi. Can you guys can you guys pick up the sound? Actually, I can probably just check my audio levels, but the sound. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to pick up the sound of my pencil scraping across the paper. That's good. I mean, sometimes that sound can be like, I don't know, relaxing, or people enjoy it. People enjoy weird sounds on YouTube for some reason. Uh, but it's kind of loud. It seems really loud to me, and I'm not really doing anything really amazing, so I wanted it to be quiet. Oh, okay, so you can't hear my pencil. Okay, I wasn't sure. On uh, my program, it's not showing me the audio levels is picking up, so that I'm glad it's not too loud. I know I made one video a while back ago where I was using markers and I was like scribbling them, and it was picking up the sound of the markers almost as loud as my voice. So at least this isn't too loud. Trying to keep it kind of quiet. I really appreciate the feedback. You guys are awesome. It's just this is I just couldn't imagine the live stream going so well. I mean, my camera's working, the microphone is working, my program is running perfectly fine. The chat, I have it right here on my monitor just in front of me. I literally could not have anticipated this live stream going so well. Okay, so you can only hear the pencil when I'm talking. Okay. That's good. I'm kind of being real loose with my pencil strokes. One of the things that I like about these pencils is they work like graphite, but they work more like it kind of feels like 2H lead, like 2H lead. So it's like the really dense stuff that doesn't spread. it's more of a sketchy kind of pencil. So if you do a lot of light layers, then you can kind of blend it out, make it look a bit smoother. It's harder when you do it on a large surface like that. That's where, it'd be nice to have more of a graphite, like a 2B or 4B graphite feel to the pencil. But the softer, waxy colors wouldn't lay like this. That's the kind of benefit that you get with the very thin Prismas, is that you can kind of layer them slowly and still get nice coverage. Get a nice gradient. All right, so I got about 10 minutes left where I am going to officially stop this first live stream, this first very successful live stream that I'm just so excited about. Gosh, I just can't get over it. I'm just gonna be smiling the rest of the day because of how awesome everybody is. It's fantastic. Me in the best mood. And the best part is I don't even have to wait until next Monday to do a live stream, because now I'm gonna do Thursday Chibi this live stream. That would be fun. Like, it will probably be about an hour long, guessing. Hour long. Yeah, I think the best part is that now I won't have to edit the video. That's one of the things that I really look forward to not having to do, is editing the drawing journal videos. Oh, goodness. Rendering, man, what a pain. This is what rendering looks like for like 20 minutes when you have a 30-minute HD uncompressed video file transferring from a memory card. Yeah, that's what rendering looks like in real time. Oh, before this ends, how's the video quality for this live stream? So I mentioned it in the beginning that I'm live streaming at 720p. But I'm pretty sure I have the bandwidth to live stream at 1080. Now I'm shooting in 1080, but then it's being compressed to 720, so you still have good video quality being inputted. But I'm just exporting it at 720. I want the drawing, I want the details to show up a bit. So I thought that maybe if I put it down to 720, it would still look real nice. But yeah, so if you just give me feedback on the video quality, that would be cool, because I might change it and bump it up to 1080, because my CPU usage right now is it's 20%, 22%, around there. I don't like. Okay, so you can see her ribs and things like that. So let me give you a little bit better look with better lighting. Let me just tilt this a bit for the camera. There's that. I'm gonna have to manually focus this. This is gonna be kind of awkward, so just ignore this for a bit. No, the lighting's not gonna work. Okay, I'm not gonna touch it. Okay. So if you can see the details and things like that, that's good. Maybe I'll just keep it at 720. Maybe I'll try 1080 just to kind of test it out to see if it looks nicer, to see if my computer can do it. Yeah, the lighting is a little bit of an issue right now because my camera's at an angle. I don't have all of the things that I need. I'm getting a magic arm. It's in the mail right now. Actually, I woke up to the email that it's been shipped. So it's coming from the UK. It'll be here in probably about a week. Um, uh, okay. So that's going to let me hang my camera directly over my artwork, and that's going to fix the weird kind of lighting issue because, yeah, I tried to fix the lighting because it's really bright. It's really bright over here because you can see the reflection off the table from my light. But if I was able to tilt my camera and have it right over top, you would lose that weird lighting kind of thing. But that will be fixed soon. I appreciate that, letting me know. Um, Now I'm just finishing up by blending out this kind of shadowed area here, just to give the page a little bit more depth. Just large circle shapes kind of blend it out. And that's the thing that you can do with these very thin pencils as opposed to the Prismacolor Premier soft ones, is that you can't really blend them out with a blending stump. They don't act like graphite, they act like wax. So, only a few more minutes left. Again, I want to thank everybody that came by and checked out the live stream and hung out with me for the past few hours. I totally appreciate it. And for those that supported me on Kickstarter to make these live streams possible as fast as possible. Like, I was going to do live streaming this year regardless of a Kickstarter, but I just thought up the idea, like, let's just do this Kickstarter and see what happens. You know, if it doesn't get funded, no big deal, but it got funded, and it got funded real quick. Like, I set it up and I woke up and it was basically funded. I couldn't believe it. So for everybody that supported me there, just thank you tremendously. And if you didn't, not that big of a deal. Watching my videos, supporting me on YouTube is I'm super grateful for. But yes, so it is official. Next Thursday, this Thursday, in fact, I will be doing a Chibi This live stream, probably Lemony Snicket, and I'll just go through the process and drawing chibis and having fun and hanging out. It's going to be a lot shorter than this live stream. This live stream is extra super long. In my Monday live streams, they might stay around this, or they're going to vary. My Monday live streams, they're going to vary. They're going to pretty much end when I need to get off, or when I think it's a good time to, I don't know, eat something. I haven't eaten anything yet, so I think I might do that. But this drawing will be done next Monday. If my paintbrushes ever get here, then I might do a little bit of painting on the next live stream. I'm going to do a color chart. I know, it's really exciting. But yeah, I'm going to probably do that. And tomorrow's video will be up in the morning, so be sure to check that out. That will be the tutorial on creating landscapes, or creating the landscape that I did last week. Wednesday's video is the Sunrise Mountain time lapse with my narration. And Friday will be the narrated tutorial of the mountain. And I didn't show you a picture of the mountain because it's behind my green screen. But you'll see it Wednesday. There's plenty of time. Anyways, I think this is it. Here's the finished drawing. I like I said, I might touch it up a bit. Try to get it all in there. But here's the finished drawing. I think that it came out pretty nicely. One of my favorite subjects to draw. I'll be doing more drawings like this for the drawing journals and things like that. But for now, I'm going to jump off here. I'm going to get some food and let this video process for everybody that missed out to watch it at their leisure. And I will see you all on Thursday for the Chibi This live stream. And keep enjoying my videos, and I'll keep making them enjoyable. Thanks again for everything, everyone, and I'll see you next time. All right, take care.